The city clerk can call the roll. She's right there.
She
We
says,
are live. We are
Thank
live.
you. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Today is May 23rd. We're calling to order the City of Carson Housing Authority Successor Agent City Council. And also because this is a joint special meeting, we're calling to order the Carson Reclamation Authority. In accordance with the Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990, if you require a disability-related modifications or accommodations to attend or participate in these meetings, including auxiliary aids or services, please call the city clerk's office at 310-952-1720 at least 48 hours prior to the meeting. The public may address the members of the city council on any matters within the jurisdiction of the city council or any items on the agenda of the city council and CRA at this time because it's a joint meeting during the designated comment period. Because of the threat of COVID-19, you are urged to take all appropriate safety precautions. Public viewing is available by calling live stream on the city's website. The meetings will be streamed live over the internet via www.carsonca.gov or on YouTube. youtube.com/C/City of Carson, California. The City of Carson's official YouTube page. Cable TV, Spectrum 35, and ATT Channel 99. Email public comments can be mailed to the city clerk's office. The cutoff time to receive any email communications is 3 p.m. on the day of the meeting. Written communications can be placed in the metal drop box located in front of the city and City Hall. The cutoff time to receive any written communications is 3 p.m. on the day of the meeting. Madam City Clerk, call the City Council meeting to order, please. Roll call.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Rojas?
Present.
Councilmember Deere?
Present.
Councilmember Hicks?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Hilton?
Present.
Mayor Davis Holmes?
Present. And as I stated earlier, because this is a joint special meeting of the Carson City Council, we are calling the CRA board meeting to order, special meeting. Madam Sylvia Rubio.
Yes, Madam Authority Chair. So roll call is Authority Chair Lula Davis Holmes.
Present.
Authority Vice Chair Cedric Hicks.
Present.
Board Member Ray Aldridge.
Present.
Board Member Lillian Hobson.
Present.
And Board Member Diane Thomas.
Here.
That completes roll call.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, are there any items on the closed session agenda that you have public comment on?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Madam City Manager, City Attorney, could you report on the closed session items, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The council will meet in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 or D3 and E1 because there is a significant exposure to litigation in 4 cases. The council will also meet pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1 to confer with legal counsel regarding pending litigation to which the city is a party in the matter of Cam Carson LLC versus Carson Reclamation Authority and Cam Carson LLC versus City of Carson, 2nd District Court Appeal Case Number B312729. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. To the members of the CRA, we want you to wait until we come out of our closed session and then you can join us. We should be back in about 30 to 40 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay.
I don't have a breakout room. Oh, here we go.
Okay. We are live, Mayor.
Thank you. We're returning from closed session. Madam City Attorney, report on closed session items, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The council met in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 or D3 and E1 because there's a significant exposure to litigation in 4 cases. The council only took up one of those items. They will reconvene to consider the other 3. The council also considered the matter of Cam Carson LLC versus City of Carson, appellate case number B312729, and no reportable action was taken in either of those items. That concludes my report. If I may, Madam Mayor, if I can explain for the public how this meeting is going to take place because it's a joint meeting. The mayor, as the CRA chairperson and the mayor of the city will conduct both meetings simultaneously. The staff will make a presentation on items number 3, 4, 3 and 4 at first, and the council will vote on those items. Then the council will hear item number 6, and that's the joint meeting with the CRA, where the CRA board is going to consider their item on the cooperation agreement. The council will vote first, and then the CRA board will vote on that. After that, those items are done, the council will reconvene and consider item number 7, and the CRA board may be excused at that point. So anyone that's here on item number 7, it may be a few hours before we get to your item. Go ahead, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Madam City Clerk, are there any requests to speak on items under oral communications, items listed on the agenda?
Madam Mayor, we did not receive any in writing. However, there's a full waiting room of 8 people. I could start there.
Please.
Okay.
Our all communications is limited to 1 hour, so I hope we can get through those. It's only 8 people?
Well,
Yes, in the waiting room on Zoom, there's 8.
Mm-hmm. And how many?
Madam Mayor, if they're here to speak on one of the public hearings, perhaps the city clerk can notify them that they can speak at the time that the public hearing item is taken up. So that way we don't have to hear the comments twice.
Right.
Sure, yeah, I mean, I don't know the nature as to which they're waiting for. We received some written comments for the public hearings, and then we have people who are waiting in the waiting room that may be here for public hearing, or they may be here to speak on.
Madam City Attorney, we could hear the public hearing if they don't want to wait because they just can't speak twice.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
you could.
They just can't speak twice. So I want to use as much of the 1 hour that we have, and then we'll come back and look at the what's on the public hearing. So let's start with the oral communications that you have.
Okay, yes, Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
Madam City Clerk, I do have for oral communications 523, there's one. I don't know if these are, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 written.
Yeah.
Did you get those?
For the public hearing? Or
Yeah.
for?
It was just sent to me.
Okay, yeah, so we have items that we received in writing specifically for the public hearing.
Okay.
I may have misheard the mayor. I thought her request was for.
Whatever you have, let's go oral communications for both. And
Okay.
then we'll, okay?
I'll start with what's in the queue.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Okay, there's a caller that's just been admitted. Can you please speak to the nature of you entering? Your phone number ends in 9743. Caller ending in 9743. You've been added to the live meeting. Please unmute yourself and state the nature of your call. Okay. Hello?
Yes, I wanted to speak on item number 4.
Item number 4. Madam Mayor, are you okay with that in terms of moving forward with that's a public hearing item?
Is that,
You could give the speaker a choice if he wants to speak now or under the public hearing, Madam Clerk, if you'd like.
That's good advice, Madam City Clerk. If you can ask the speaker if they want to wait to speak under the public item or if
Okay.
they want to speak now.
Okay, caller, I didn't catch your name, but would you like to speak now or under the public hearing for that item?
yeah, I'll wait until the item comes up.
Okay, we appreciate your patience.
Thank you.
Okay, next. Caller ending in 2144, are you here to speak for the public hearing, one of the public hearings, or for another item? Please unmute yourself. You've been added to the live meeting. Caller ending in 2144. Okay, we will move on. Caller ending in 7016, you've been added to the live meeting. Can you please unmute yourself and state the nature of your call? All right, we are 0 for 2 here. Caller ending in 0177, you have been added to the live meeting. Please unmute yourself and state the nature of your call. Hello? No?
Madam Mayor, we may want to check with Mr. Kennedy. Maybe something is going on with the technology. It can't be that 3 of the callers.
It's actually working. It looks they have about a 10 to 20 second delay, so we got to wait that out because what they're seeing and they're probably watching it online. So give them a few seconds, but it is working.
In other words, patience is a virtue.
Okay, I think that's been like 30 seconds. I'll go to the next one. Kevin, I'm not sure if you're keeping track of who's going back in the...
I am.
Okay, excellent, thank you. Caller ending in 8845, you've been added to the live meeting.
Hello?
Oh, 0177.
Yes.
Okay, hi, you're in the live meeting. Are you here to speak to an agenda item or are you here for a public hearing item?
We may want to check with Mr. Kennedy. Maybe something
Please
is
mute your
going on with
device.
the technology. It can't be that 3 of the callers.
There's discussion going on. It's hard to hear you. Let me mute the.
Yeah, it's 2 of me. If you could just mute.
Okay, I'm a little bit confused because I'm looking at one agenda that says CRA number 3.
Okay.
And then you also are talking about 4, 5, and other numbers that I don't have an agenda for.
Okay, I understand. We're doing things a little different this evening. We've got 2 meetings going on at the same time. So if you would like, you could speak in regards to the public hearing. Is that what you're calling for, or are you calling for another item?
Now, is that the public hearing on the district South-based specific plan and all that?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I want to speak on, yes. I also submitted written public comments, too.
Okay, so it's one or the other. Would you like to speak now? If you speak now, then we'll remove your written remarks.
Or I speak during the agenda item?
We are giving people the option to speak now if they'd like, or you can wait for the public hearing.
How long will it be to wait for the public hearing?
I can't call it, sir. It will be a little while. It will be a little while.
Then I'll wait. I'll wait for the public hearing then.
Okay, we appreciate your patience.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Kevin, I think that was all 8 of them.
There's quite a few still in there.
Are they
Yeah, except for you've only one.
new? Are these new?
There's
What?
8. There's 8. They're coming in as you're speaking.
Okay. Well,
I'm keeping track of the others.
okay, excellent. Thank you. Caller ending in 8244. You have been added to the live meeting.
Madam City Clerk, I think we're having a difficult time. I think it's technology.
Well, as
A lot of
Kevin
calls
said,
are coming
there's a
in.
delay. So for
Yeah.
those who are watching, it's going to be about 20 to 30 seconds from Spectrum. So we'll just ghost.
Only because I'm getting an email
Mm-hmm.
that residents are getting hung up on
Oh,
as yes. So,
for me.
no, just they get on the phone and then they try to speak and then it's hung up.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I'm
Well,
not sure how to mitigate that. Kevin?
well, I think we should keep. Let's keep going. It looks fine to me. If they're getting hung up on, I don't know who. We're not hanging up on them, but maybe there's a delay and you hang up just as they're coming on or something. I'm not sure, but everything here looks okay. But we could try another one. Let's see.
Okay. So far, we haven't heard from 8244. I'll leave them in and add someone else. Maybe we'll get a couple going at the same time. Caller ending in 1955. You've also been added to the live meeting. Kevin, should I add a third? Or can I get
Let's try one more.
okay, I'm gonna add one more.
Start at the top.
Start at the top. Start at the top. I think we did 2144 already.
Try 2144.
Perfect. Caller ending in 2144, you've been added to the live meeting.
Yes, hello. Can you hear
Hi,
me?
I sure can. You're in the live meeting. Would you like to speak now for an agendized item, or are you calling for a public hearing item?
I'm calling for a public hearing item, and I'm more than happy to speak now.
Take it away. You have 3 minutes, and that starts now. Thank you so much.
We're glad we have
Thank
a
you.
connection.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and staff. My name is Jim Smith, Political Coordinator for Teamsters Local 396, representing workers in several industries, including close to 4,000 employed in the waste and recycling industry and over 10,000 employed at UPS throughout LA County. I come before you this evening in strong opposition to the project in its present form, currently under consideration today. While we respect the number of short-term construction jobs that this or any project on a site this large will bring, we believe consideration should be given to the type of industries that this project will bring to Carson and the impact that those industries will have on the workforce and on the community at large long-term. Specifically, this project seeks to bring a fulfillment center and last-mile delivery operation to Carson. We know from past experience throughout the country and the region that the jobs that this type of operation creates are some of the lowest paid, most dangerous, and exploitative jobs there are. We would love to see a project that is beneficial to the community built on this site, but Carson can do better than the project that is currently under consideration. We are also deeply concerned about the impacts that this project will have on the surrounding neighborhood and the broader community, particularly the environmental impacts. Teamsters are proud of our long history of standing with our community allies to ensure that the that employers respect the communities in which they operate and work to lessen the harmful impact that their operations have on the environment and on the quality of life of residents in surrounding communities. From our work in forming a blue-green alliance at the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach, to our work in ensuring that the impacts of our waste and recycling system produce healthy results in Los Angeles and throughout the region, to our recent work in the last mile delivery sector, the Teamsters have always been and continue to be committed to working to protect the environment while creating good green jobs. We come before you tonight in that same spirit. There can be very little doubt that an industry such as the last mile delivery industry, with its hundreds, if not thousands of truck trips per day, will have a serious impact on the surrounding community and throughout Carson. These impacts include traffic and parking concerns, increased pollution, increased noise, and wear and tear on city streets. This is borne out by the city's own Supplemental Environmental Impact Report, SEIR, published last year. We ask that the city take steps tonight to amend this project to address these and other impacts. Thank you.
And what was his name, Madam City Clerk?
Jim Smith
Jim
from
Smith.
Teamsters Local 96.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Mayor, I'm going back to the queue
Okay.
and keeping track of the people I already let in.
Smith from Local 96.
Okay. Okay, caller ending in 016, you've been added to the live meeting.
Hello.
Hi, please state your name. Are you here to speak for a public hearing or an agenda item, a separate agenda item?
Well, what I want to talk about is items 3, 4, 5, and 6, sort of combined agenda items. 3, 4,
Okay.
5, and 6.
Okay, the mayor has allowed people who want to speak for a public hearing to speak now or under that item. We're under oral communications right now, so it's your choice, sir.
Okay. I just want to ask the members of the city council to not change the zoning in the area on either side of Main Street, and do not allow businesses that will bring heavy trucking to this area. The quality of life is already a problem here, and to allow these changes that will lead to even more trucking, traffic, or damaged roads, it's just not a positive direction for the people that live here and have lived here for many years. Also, I'm just curious, why did we get the email notice for this meeting just this morning and not ahead of time like normal? I just want to encourage you to please vote to help the people of Carson. I know it's tempting, big business and everything, but I really don't think that's a good solution for this land, for all the people that live next to it. So I appreciate your time and listening to me.
Thank
so
you.
much for your comments. I didn't get your name, sir.
Oh, Rick, I live at 20600 Main Street in Carson.
Okay, thank you, Rick. And just so you know, it was posted on the website late Thursday night. The agenda.
Oh, I'm talking about the emails that usually are sent.
Oh, the courtesy email. Okay, I'll look into that.
I
My
didn't get that
apologies
till
for
this morning. So, thank you.
Okay, no problem. Thank you, Rick.
Bye.
7016. We are now. Caller number ending in 4035. You've been added to the live meeting. I think that's been 20 seconds. So. Okay, caller, we're not hanging up on you. You'll probably hear this in 20 seconds, but I'm gonna put you back in the waiting room. Okay. Caller ending in 3740. You've been added to the live meeting. Three, 740.
Madam Clerk, while we're waiting for that one, are there any written, like emailed comments?
Yes, for public hearing.
After the oral, I see, thank you.
Yeah, yes, we received about a dozen for public hearing items 3 and 4, written.
And we're gonna read those.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Kevin, I'm putting 3740 back in the waiting room. That seems to remain full. Caller ending in 8244. You are in the live meeting.
Hello?
Yes. Hello.
Hi.
Hi. You're in the live meeting, sir. Are you here to speak on a public hearing item?
I am indeed. Here to
Would
speak
you
on
like-
item 4, please.
Okay. Would you like to do that now?
Sure, yeah. I hadn't heard where we were in the hearing, and I had been in the waiting room, so I didn't know if it was the time, but I certainly can.
Okay. Well, can you state your name? You have 3 minutes.
Okay, well, good evening. My name's Sean Silva, and I'm here to speak on the Districted South Bay project on behalf of Creed LA. So let me start by saying that Creed is proud to be a supporter of the project that you have before you for item 4. This project will absolutely redefine Carson and add immense value to the city. After years, Carson will finally have an aspirational world-class public shopping and leisure space in the form of this project. And the project is really everything that Carson needs. And I can say that as a Southern California native and someone who's very familiar with Carson. But more importantly, it anticipates the important future that this city will play in the broader Southland as a hub for commerce and people, making a place to work, shop, live, whatever it might be. So again, we support the project and we're very proud to do so. Thank you for your time.
And you're from where? Call.
Where am I from?
Yeah, I didn't get your name.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Sean Silva and I'm speaking on behalf of Creed LA.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, and Mr. Silva, are you aware that this project is 6 tilt-up warehouses and a 1.1 acre public space?
Madam.
Yes, sir.
You are? Okay, all right. That's why, because you said you was going to be so wonderful for our city, and 6 warehouses is what this project is. So I want you to be aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm continuing, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Caller ending in 8845. You've been added to the live meeting. I'm continuing. Okay. Hi, yes, please mute your device. You've been added in 8845. You've been added to the live. No, come back. Please unmute again.
Hello.
Yes, if you can mute your device, that way you don't hear 2 of me. Hello? Ma'am?
Yes.
Hi, you're in the live meeting.
Oh, I didn't know that.
No, that's okay. There's a delay.
I'm so sorry. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Here we go. All right. Can you hear me?
We sure can. Are you here to speak for one of the public hearings?
Yes, I'm having a terrible time hearing you.
Oh.
Let me try and turn my earpiece on, and maybe that we can hear each other.
Okay. We can hear you just fine, just so you know.
But I can't hear you. Okay. I'm here for items 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Okay. Well, you have 3 minutes. Please state your name, and I'll start the clock now. For you, ma'am.
Let me see if I can put you on speakerphone. Can you hear me now?
We sure can.
Oh, wonderful! I can hear you. Okay, my name is Sherry Hodges, and I'm calling in regards to 3, 4, 5, and 6. Mayor Lula and City Council members, my cousin and I have discussed the matter below, and believe you, Mayor Lula, when you went to bat for Vista de Loma Mobile Home Park Estates with KL Phoenix, we at Vista de Loma have not received any notices at all for any stretch or part of this project which is on the table. And this is the first that we've heard of it. We only had 1 day to hear about this. Due to the previous paragraph, our request is to have the mayor and her council table the vote for 3, 4, 5, and 6 as to give all Carson citizens and adjacent residents a chance to review and current projects at hand and have an understanding as to the magnitude and how long-term effects on the public and their health, well-being, hearing, lungs, disease due to dust and current particulates in our air, which is at a limit now due to freeways and other construction currently in place. The cells 3, 4, 5 is 157 acres of brownfield site, originally zoned for most any development other than heavy industrial usage. This new development for regarding Faring Capital with the new name of Carson Goose, which gives us the impression that they've known about this for a long time, consists of a major change of zoning to accommodate new and major industrial usage, consisting of over 1.5 million square foot warehouse and a minimum of 1,200 trucks and containers a day. The city of the developers have added this condition for a new spot rezoning east of Main Street, which puts Vista de Loma directly in the line of losing their homes. I would imagine this would be applied to any current light usage of desired land to change it to a heavy zoning if you wanted to change it. The west acreage across from Vista de Loma is land usage of a light industrial zoning, seems to be the appropriate use for light industrial, but this light industrial zoning will more likely be changed to a heavy industrial as it was tried to be pushed through previously with KL Phoenix. City of Carson Council Planning Commission also received on October 5th, 2021, Resolution 22085, which we were not aware of, again, to approve and have the planning commissions approve of Faring Capital Carson Goose LLC for this site. Okay, honey, what did you say? I just wanted you guys to know that my friends are coming from the Tri-Beach City areas as well for the attractions which we have in our area. And I just wanted to say, let's keep up the good work and bring more small, medium businesses to our city of area of interest. And we have a lot to offer. We don't need to hurt people or take people's homes away. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Sherry.
Caller ending in 3743, you've been added to the live meeting. Caller ending in 3743.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm still getting the emails that they could hear, Madam City Clerk. They can hear you talking and they speak to you and they hear you. And then it just goes,
Well,
then they get hung up.
They have to unmute themselves. I send a prompt for them to unmute themselves. And then I wait. I'm not sure what else I can do. Kevin, is there another technological tip?
You're doing it correct. They have to hit *6 in order to unmute.
Thank you.
There you go.
*6. Thank you.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Caller ending in 3743, you've been added to the live meeting. Please unmute yourself.
They probably need to hit *6 again.
And hit *6.
*6.
We're also prompting them as well. We have a prompt here.
Yes. Kevin and I are running the green room here.
That's technology for you.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe Kevin, should I add more than one at a time?
I would place them back in the waiting room and come back to them and just go to the next call.
Okay.
Councilwoman, she's got a good point.
Okay, caller, I am not hanging up on you. I'm putting you back in the waiting room. We'll come back. Caller ending in 1665. You've been added to the live meeting. Please unmute yourself. Press *6. And we're gonna wait for you to do that. Hello?
Hello?
Hi there. You're in the live meeting.
Hi.
Would you like to?
Can I speak?
You sure can. What items are you speaking to? And please state your name.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Oscar Martinez. I'm on behalf of the IBW Local 11. I'm happy to be here tonight to support a good project. We support this project approval because it goes a long way towards making Carson a more prosperous place to live and work. I'm very familiar with Carson as I have lived here over 50 years. The project addresses the deeper needs of the community and, more importantly, their choice truly bring long-term economic benefits to the city. Also, local responsible contractors who ensure a project of high quality and beneficial economic impact are the cornerstone of their proposal. And all of us who live and work in the area stand to benefit. Please consider recommending approval for this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Caller ending in 9036. You've been added to the live meeting. Please press *6 and unmute yourself.
Hello?
Yes. Hello, sir. You're in the live meeting. Are you here to speak to a public hearing item?
Yes, item 4, the District of South Bay project.
Okay, so please state your name. You'll have 3 minutes, just as a reminder.
Okay.
Thank you. I won't need all three. Thank you. My name is Godfrey Washira, and I'm also with Creed LA. And I'm attending this meeting today to provide our support for the project. At the Planning Commission hearing, there was such a positive vibe about the project. It was best summed up as finally something viable, feasible, and logical for the site. Something that will be built. Something that came up was kind of like light at the end of a long tunnel after so many empty promises. And the community will benefit in so many ways. And I bring that same vibe here today. We're almost at the finish line. And I ask the City Council to get us to the end and approve this much needed and beneficial project. The city stands to gain so much. And I hope that you guys are going to approve it today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, I'm adding someone whose number was not listed. It was a name, GW. You've been added to the meeting. I think they're still connected. Kevin, it looks like they're having audio issue. I mean, from my end, do you see the dots?
I can see that. Go ahead and place them in the waiting list. Let's go to the next one. And
okay. Caller ending in 1955. You've been added to the live meeting. (1955). Caller ending in 1955. Please press.
Hi, I'm sorry. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Christine Oste-Luzoya, and I represent IBEW Local 11, Los Angeles. I'm in favor of the Carson District Mart because I feel this will help the community and the people of Carson. They have been waiting since 2006 for a stable and reliable developer to build something of value here, and this is that project. As a female in a construction trade, I am a big advocate for the diversity to allow more women to be inclusive in helping build their community and to provide substantially for their families. Thank you for the opportunity to allow me to speak on this, and have a great evening.
Thank you, ma'am. Kevin, it appears that some of the people waiting are repeat. I don't know if you're looking at your list.
I am. The first caller, call-in user one, I would try that one, but I don't know if they're going to know their number. It says call-in user one, so I'm not sure. You can try that.
Well, yeah, we'll give it a try. The person I just added, your phone number is not listed. It's listed under call-in user one. You've been added to the live meeting.
Yeah, this is Ricardo Polito.
Oh, hello, sir. We sure can. You get 3 minutes.
Okay, very good.
And your time is starting now. Please speak to the name of your call.
This is Ricardo Polito, environmentalist and also community organizer here for many years, homeowner. First and foremost, I want to say the following items. Your noticing was very poor, as you heard earlier from the community. This way that you guys are doing this flipping on and flipping off for folks, we're not being heard properly. Why some people are not being heard at all, that just appalls me. But I agree with the Coalition for Safe Environment letter that you're going to be reading into the letter, which is Jesse Marcus from today, May 23rd. There's a lot of big questions and flaws in this project. First of all, Faring flipped the Union South Bay to what company, I understand, Capital. Will they be flipping this also to Amazon or to one of these big warehouses? I think Diane Thomas brought it up at a planning commission very nicely, in that who's going to really be working these warehouses and how many trucks are going to be coming in there. 1,200 is just the minimum. I think our staff, he did a poor job in analyzing this. It's very flawed, and he rushed to judgment. My questions about the CRA on where the campaign donations, I brought this up on my environmental commission. I still want a report from Eleanor and find out what's going on with those CRA funds that Jason Alamina, or I don't know his name, how to pronounce it, the $200,000 a month. I know Lula, the mayor, said that that CRA is broke. How did it become broke? And did John Raymond, where did he come from? I understand Sonny brought him from another project from somewhere else. Is there some collusion going on here? Is there some mishandling of funds of our taxpayers? Is there some fraud going on here? We need to get to the bottom of this. Who really owns Cam Carson? That's another question. The CRA board should be doing a full-blown audit, knowing what's going on the last 3, 4, 5 years before Lula got in there with Albert Robes. Where's all that funding going to? Maybe the state attorney general, Banta, and the LADA's office should be contacted. This doesn't pass the smell test, team. These 157 acres, as one of the council people said, only 1 acre for the public. We're going to have 6 warehouses. Shame on us. We do not need heavy manufacturing out here. And we need to stop this because this political fallout is going to come and hurt not only our residents, but the city leaders if they vote for this. This pay-to-play has to stop. We need to see who's getting funds from Caring Capital right now, campaign donations. You're getting thousands and thousands of dollars. That's affecting your vote. Health impact assessments have to be done. I haven't seen anything about health impact assessments. Our residents are pleading the Evolve and the Alta Vista mobile homes over there. They're going to be dying from the toxic emissions from these trucks that are not. You're not utilizing zero emission trucks. You're not utilizing any mitigating forces that can help with this project. You have to go back to the drawing board. Go back to what I talked about 3 to 5 years ago with the family fun
Madam Mayor,
center.
that's 3 minutes.
Center where people can come and enjoy themselves and have some restaurants that people come in.
Okay, we have the waiting room down to 5, so there is rest for the weary coming soon.
Project, you have to go back to drawing board.
Sir, or ma'am, caller ending in 6520, please mute your device.
Enjoy themselves and have.
Mute your background device, whether it's the television or your tablet. And then when you are ready, press *6 and you can join the live meeting. Caller ending in 6520, you can press *6, join us in the live meeting. Kevin?
I'm here. I'd probably just put them back in the waiting room and try someone else, and we'll just.
Trying to get the waiting room down. Okay. These other people we have talked to, no, not this one. Caller ending in 4821. You've been added to the live meeting. Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
I sure can.
Okay, great. So good evening. My name is Pastor Zach. I'm here on behalf of Creed LA. And I want to speak tonight on the district at South Bay. So Creed is an organization, as you've heard from my colleagues, that it highly values the community. And that's actually the reason I'm here to speak tonight. Because Creed does support projects that make a real impact in the community. And I recognize that there are people that are speaking on both sides of this project, but we also need to take a step back and understand that right now in our nation and all over the world, we're in an unprecedented time when it comes to jobs and availability of income in the household. And I recognize the heart that this council has to do the right thing for the city of Carson, but let's take a couple of objective looks at this project for what it actually is. First, let's look at the local hire component. Not only the fact that there are jobs that are static that are going to exist and a huge amount of jobs that are going to exist as a result of what's being built, but that it's a local hire project, meaning that the construction jobs also are going to come from the local area. So that's one of the reasons that we support this project. And then we want to take a look at the nature of the project itself. And what some of the people are citing as a drawback is, in an economic sense, one of the huge benefits. We're talking about long-term lasting jobs, and they support the kind of framework that anything in this general area for so many miles is going to need. And that's one of the reasons that, industrial development in this area is so important. And economic growth is part of an action plan for a community, including places to work, and especially in the city of Carson, is a big benefit, because we talk about a lot as pastors and people of faith, providing opportunities for people to grow and develop. And people aren't usually really wanting handouts in their progress out of poverty and out of the struggles of what we see so much in Southern California, but they're looking for an opportunity to work their way out. And so, as we know, a lot of these jobs provide an entry-level opportunity, and that's an opportunity that people can appreciate. And even if people don't choose to stay in these types of jobs, you're talking about a large-scale transformation across the face of a segment of the population that desperately needs somebody that's willing to extend the opportunity. And for a lot of the detractors of this project, I really encourage them to consider that there are very few other vehicles in our society today that extend that kind of opportunity like this project is looking at. So this isn't just for, any kind of job. There are so many jobs that are created out of this that really bring a level of social uplift that we haven't seen for a long time. And, so we want to thank Carson Goose for their willingness to enhance and enrich the economic outlook of the city of Carson. So we really appreciate your time and your attention to this matter, and hope that you approve this project.
Madam Mayor, that's 3 minutes.
God bless you.
Okay, so Kevin, the 4 people that are remaining in the queue right now are people that have been previously admitted. Madam Mayor, would you like for me to try again? I don't know, because we may have had technical issues prior to. Kevin, do you have a recommendation?
I would just go through them real quick. I think these are the ones that they didn't answer and had issues with. So let's try them again.
Okay.
Start from the top. Yeah.
Okay, from the top. Caller ending in 0177. You've been added to the live meeting. Again, I think we had some issues before. So welcome. Caller ending in 0177. Hello, yes.
Hello?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yes, I'm here for the hearing.
Okay, if you could mute your device in the back.
Okay.
So that way you're just hearing one of me. And you have 3 minutes to speak. State your name and the nature of your call.
Okay, this is for the public hearing?
We are taking public hearing comments now. We are. We've been doing that. What is your name?
Okay, my name is, am I on now?
You are on, yes. We're all here with you.
Madam City Clerk, before the speaker speaks, has the public hearing been opened?
No, Councilman Deere, but we have been taking comments for the last several minutes regarding all of the items.
I would like to ask the city attorney, if a person wants to speak at the public hearing, shouldn't the public hearing be open, Madam City Attorney?
That is proper protocol, yeah.
Is the city attorney on the meeting?
Because the mayor, I believe, stepped away just for a second. I believe what she gave them the option if they wanted to make it or they wanted to wait in the queue because she was not sure what time exactly the public hearing would get started, if it would get started before 7:30. So therefore, it was an option. If they didn't want to give their public testimony, they didn't have to give it. She stressed that at the beginning of the meeting, council member. So if they don't want to give their public comment, they can go back in the queue, which they've offered the people to go back in the queue. If they don't want to give their public comment, that's fine. They can wait to the opening of the public meeting. Madam Mayor, is back in your hand.
And thank you, MPT.
Well, this is Jesse Marquez. What happened is that I already talked with somebody there, and they said, "Would you want to go to the hearing?" I said yes,
Yes,
and then they hung up on me, and then I had to call back again.
You
Mr.
have
Marquez,
the
they didn't hang up on you, Mr. Marquez. They put you back in the queue to wait, and I remember hearing your voice. So we
I
apologize.
know, but why am I being called again when it's not the public hearing?
Well, they
You can
wanted.
get
They
Tell
wanted
them,
to just go,
MPD.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. They wanted to just go through the list and make sure nobody was missed, so we can put you back in the queue. Kevin, can you please put Mr. Marquez back in the queue?
Thank
And
you.
not hang up.
I'll do MPT.
Yes, and
I've made a note that 0177, Mr. Marquez, only wants public hearing. So we will move forward with the other additionals. Madam Mayor, what I had stated earlier was that there were 4 remaining that we thought we had some technology issues with. So I wanted to give them another chance to come in case.
Okay, that's fine. They have the option of speaking now or going back into the queue. And that's what our city attorney said.
Okay, so I'm just gonna check, make sure we're good with these few, and then
Madam Mayor, did we lose the city attorney temporarily? Is she?
I don't know where she is. I see her picture. Her name is up.
I'm so sorry. I'm here. I'm sorry.
So there's a question to you, Madam City Attorney.
Sure.
A person that wants to speak under the public hearing, it requires that the chair open the public hearing first before they speak, if they want to speak under public hearing. And the city clerk rightly gave them the choice of speaking either under oral communications in general, over the whole agenda, or during the public hearing. The last speaker said he wants to speak during the public hearing.
So they have to wait until the public hearing is open, and they can speak during the public hearing.
Okay, very good.
Okay.
It requires that the chair open the public hearing first.
6520, would you like to speak now or during the public hearing? Please mute.
Hello?
Yes. 6520.
Can you hear me?
We sure can. Would you like to speak now during oral communication, or would you like to wait for the public hearing of the item of your choice?
I'll speak now.
Thank you so much. You get 3 minutes. Please state your name and the item that you're speaking to.
Okay, right now? Can you hear me?
We sure can. You're on right now.
Okay, so my name is William Coons, and I'm actually speaking a little bit on each item. First of all, I do not see an item 5. Is there an item 5? Then I'm not able to get it for some reason or other. But on 3, 4, and 5, they're all about mostly about the fairing capital and the CRA issues. But what I'd like to say is I'm not in favor of putting 6 warehouses in. The mitigation and the pollution amount is still, as I see it, to be determined. The number of trucks is outstanding. By outstanding, it means so many. That means, what are you going to do to mitigate the odor from 1,200, if that's the amount per day, I guess it is, of these trucks? I don't see anything in the plans to mitigate the smell. And also, right now, the fairing capital is supposed to do the underlying, under the surface mitigation. So I have lots of questions on that. The questions is, okay, there's supposed to be a layer that goes over all 5 cells, and we're talking, are they going to do 3 cells? And then if they do later on one of the other cells, like 1, does that go down and then, or 1 or 2 or whatever the other 2 are, does that go down and then maybe break into 3, 4, and 5? Or 2, 3, and 4? Or so, I'm not sure I understand how that works. So I think we need to have some community input of the plans and so forth. And what I would like to see is a workshop for the community before we go and sign off on this. Let's have a workshop for the community and explain how this is being done. Explain how you're going to mitigate the underground stuff.
because it's not clear in my mind, and I've been trying to follow this from the beginning. It's not clear in my mind you're going to be able to do 1,200 trucks per day. And how are you going to do it? Are you going to plant trees? I don't see anything in that. And besides, I don't see an EIR here either. Where is the EIR so that we can read it? And has it been redone for what they're planning to build? So in my case, I would like to delay the vote and maybe even vote no for the time being until we can understand this plan. This came on very fast, very not much time, and no explanation. The staff report, these agreements, they explain nothing, really, or very little, I should say. They make statements but don't explain what the meaning of them is. They don't explain the developer's necessity and what he has to do,
Madam Mayor,
and
that's been 3
how
minutes.
that.
Okay, the next person that where's my list? Checking on here. Caller ending in 3740. You were previously added, and we may have had some technical issues, or you may be waiting for public hearing. Caller ending in 3740, please unmute yourself. Join us in the live meeting.
Hello?
Yes. Would you like to speak now during oral communications, or are you waiting for a public hearing item?
I'd like to speak now, please.
Okay, you have 3 minutes, and please state your name and the nature in which you are calling, and your time begins now.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. My name is Daniel Valdez. I want to speak on item number 3, 4, and 6. And I thank the Madam Mayor Lula Davis Holmes and City Council. I've heard a lot of stuff that's been spoken so far. And the thing is, I'm on the Mobile Home Park Rental Review Board, also a community activist. And there seems like there's some situation going on that doesn't sound so well. I went to Vista del Amo Mobile Home Park, and I spoke with the residents there. I went to every door, and I didn't hear any one of them because I told them, about what was going on, about the 6 warehouses, and not one liked the idea of it coming in, especially right behind them. The traffic that's going to be going down Del Amo, Main, Torrance Boulevard, and I'm sure to go down Avalon. They say it's not supposed to, but truck drivers, they go where they want practically. And also, that's going to be so much pollution. I've heard like 6 different organizations, and only one out of them said they lived here. All the others never stated that, and they're not going to be the ones that have to deal with the air pollution that we are going to have to deal with here. Also, I just want to point out, when I first called in, it said to me that the recording said I was the 51st person on waiting. So I believe there's a lot more callers that was being here to call, yet we've been having problems because I was called earlier. I could hear you, Madam Clerk, but you couldn't hear me. But another thing, too, I want to state before we hang up, is that, here we have done so well in the city of Carson of all the things that we have put here in place. Now, this is the last big project that we will have. And are we going to be known for having warehouses and truck on this here? I know we could have something better that ain't going to cause pollution, traffic, noise. That's going to be bad for our city. And also that the people around, because I talk to people in different parts, they say they don't want it. And I hope that, that we possibly, I don't know, but I sure hope that we don't end up in some type of lawsuit because of all what the previous speakers have said about the air pollution, the SECA, and everything else. So please, I hope we don't get in any trouble for going forward with this project, because I can't see just only having 6 warehouses, because if they are, those warehouses would be so huge. Myself, I believe very much that the rest of the land will be even more warehouses, more trucking. And like I said, is that what we're going to be known for as a trucking company? I thank you very much for hearing me, and I hope we vote on it
3 minutes. Okay, I believe this is our last one.
That was perfect timing at 3 minutes, that last one.
Yeah, you know, I have a good timer here. Let's see. No, I can't see. Caller ending in 3484. You've been added to the live meeting. Please unmute yourself or press *6 and press *6 and join us. Hello?
Yeah.
Please mute your background device. Are you here to speak for a public hearing item or oral communications?
Oh yeah.
Okay, would you like to speak now?
Sure.
Okay, you have 3 minutes. Please state your name and the nature of your call.
Well, actually, I don't have to identify myself, and I'd rather not identify myself other than, actually, my comments are directed at you, Ms. Bradshaw, because I want to ask you, you're going to be hard-pressed, right, to prove that tonight's handling of meeting is not a violation of the Brown Act. You have been told that people have been hung up on, that people have been waiting to speak that weren't speaking, and I don't understand how you can say that this is not disenfranchising like residents of Carson that want to speak. After that, you have 6 people that have spoken just in favor of item 2022-376, and really it's just like you're making like a sham of like democracy point. I mean, this system is not working. Instead of just scrapping it and going back to the old one, just Zoom link or whatever, you're just going and just running roughshod over it. So good luck with that.
I appreciate your comments, Mr. Caller. We'll take that into consideration. I'm on mute, sorry. I believe the last 2 people in the queue are waiting for public hearing. I do not want to erroneously add Mr. Marquez. We know he does not want to be here now. There is one more caller, Kevin, ending in 4035.
He's new.
Oh, they're new. Okay. Last one, Madam Mayor. Caller ending in 4035. I don't think you've been, no, I think we did try to add you before. Please unmute yourself and or press *6 to join us here in the live meeting. Caller ending in 4035.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
I sure can. You've been added to the live meeting. Would you like to speak now regarding an agenda item, or are you here for the public hearing?
I'm here for item number 4.
Okay, the mayor has given the option to speak now during oral communication. Would you like to do so, or would you like to wait?
I'll speak now, if that's okay.
Okay, please state your name and the nature of your call, and you have 3 minutes.
My name's Justin Walters, and I'm speaking tonight as a proud member of Plumbers Local 78. And I'm speaking on behalf of item number 4. Plumbers Local 78, we back the project's approval 100%. How often can we say we see projects that add something to the community as a whole? This is one of them, no doubt about it. Look, I've been a construction worker for over 21 years. I appreciate the developer's consideration for responsible development, as well as for the scope and scale of it. The developer is choosing contractors who will hire local workers, pay living wages in exchange for the highest quality work, and get it done right. Please support this project. Think of the community, and thank you very much.
Thank you much for calling, and we appreciate your patience. Madam Mayor, that concludes those who are waiting in the waiting room for oral communications / comments on agenda items. I believe you're muted, Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a comment.
You have 5, just a second, Councilman. You have 5 or 8 written comments.
We had 12. We did our best to go through them and remove those who spoke.
Okay.
Not everyone who submitted something in writing listed which item they were speaking to. So it seems as if they're a collection of 2, 3, and 4, 2, 4, 5. And so I think after we remove the ones who spoke, we have about 11.
Okay. Councilman, you wanted to comment?
Yes, certainly. In defense of the city clerk, I've been a city clerk, and I can see that she is doing a very professional job tonight. And Dr. Bradshaw is following proper procedures. In life, you play with the cards you're dealt. So the nature of the problems tonight are technical, which is not under her auspices, and maybe procedural, which might be under the chairperson's auspices. And the city attorney is monitoring all of this. So it's unfair to say the city clerk was doing something that she's not. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you for your opinion. The chair is following the advice of the city attorney. Madam City Clerk, could you read those items that came in, written comments?
Yes, Madam Mayor. This is from Donald Mogg. The last name is spelled M-O-G-C-K. So maybe Mock, maybe the G is silent. It was emailed from that person, but the body of it is from Trang Gutierrez, a Carson resident in the Vista Del Loma mobile home park adjacent to the landfill. The last trucking company, KL Phoenix, that wanted to develop another property, which is on 20606 Main Street with one warehouse, was voted down. There has been no communication with the local residents about this change to the development plan, and it is my understanding that there has been no mention of studies for traffic impact, environmental impact, wildlife impact, air quality impact, noise impact, the quality of life, and nothing of the truck traffic impact in the surrounding area. I want to vote no on this initiative. You're voting on items 3 through 6. Thank you for your consideration. And that was Trang Gutierrez. City of Carson, 701 East Carson Street. Oh, that's our address. This is actually from Donald Mock, a Carson resident in the Vista Del Loma trailer park adjacent to the landfill. The development of the 157-acre landfill for warehousing and trucking is unacceptable. The last trucking company, KL Phoenix, that wanted to develop another property, which is on 20606 Main Street, with one warehouse, was voted down. This proposal is for 6 warehouses plus 200 plus trucks and who knows how many more. There has been no communication with the local residents about this change to the development plan, and it is my understanding there has been no mention of studies for traffic impact, environmental impact, wildlife impact, air quality impact, noise impact, the quality of life, and nothing of the truck traffic impact in the surrounding area. I live in a family and senior park, which we are very concerned.
Go live, take it off mute. You're gonna have to turn that off.
This is the opinion of many of the residents in my park, and I want to mention to the traffic impact of all the trucks trying to get to the freeway, which will not handle all this traffic. I want a vote no on this initiative. You're voting on items 3 through 6. I would much rather have a housing development, which was originally proposed about 14 years ago, and it never happened. I have lived in Carson for the last 13 years. I really didn't think the Carson City Council wants to be known for moving Carson to Willington, where you have a lot of the port trucking companies. This needs to be tabled for more study. In closing, I would like to thank Lula for helping sideline KL Phoenix, the last truck company, with her no vote. She did a great job to support the community. Thank you for your consideration. This is from Estella M. Fendley, another resident of Vista Del Loma Mobile Home Park Space 76. Please help us with this issue. We're not going to have any peace and quiet place to live anymore with those 6 warehouses behind our place. Please help us. Hello, my name is Kenneth Hunt, and I live at Vista Del Loma Mobile Estates. I wish to comment regarding today's City Council meeting agenda items 3, 4, 5, and 6. I ask the council to please consider your fellow Carson residents who live day and night adjacent to the district at South Bay in Carson. Please do not go forward with any plans that would bring warehouses and the related trucking to this area where people live. The increase in trucking will result in road damage, noise pollution, air pollution, and would open the door to more similar businesses. Please do not be tempted by big money corporations that are working to displace the longtime citizens of Carson in favor of short-sighted business profits. Protect the people who live here. There are better uses of this land that will not result in the worsening of the quality of life for the Carson residents. Thank you for your consideration. Hello, my name is Linda Couvray, a Carson resident in the Vista Del Loma mobile home park adjacent to the landfill. There has been no communication with the local residents about this change to the development plan, and is my understanding there has been no mention of studies for traffic impact, environmental impact, wildlife impact, air quality impact, noise impact, the quality of life, and nothing of the traffic impact in the surrounding area. I want to vote no on this initiative. You're voting on items 3 through 6. This development of the 157-acre landfill for warehousing and trucking is unacceptable. Thank you. To the mayor and city council regarding the opportunity for the city to receive a huge revenue, please consider traffic backups it would cause. Big 18-wheeler trucks and any size trucks move slow in the city and tear up streets. The worst is the gasoline exhaust. It's very toxic, not to mention the toxic odor of the channel, the illness it caused, and the contamination from stagnant water from the abandoned wetlands in the middle of our park, Carson Harbor Village, MHP. We also have abandoned, unsealed oil wells, quote unquote. Seniors and children live in the park. I have lived in Carson Harbor Village Mobile Home Park for 22 years. I'm across the street from California State University, also creating traffic. 1 block away from Dignity Health Sports Center. When events are held, which is constantly. The traffic is on the side of Carson is horrible. The traffic on this side of Carson is horrible. I say no more air contamination in our area or near schools. No more truck traffic in our streets. No more online video meetings with the public. Open the doors to our city halls, face-to-face voting and agendas. Thank you, Eloise Hawley. My name is Robert Alesna, and I live behind the empty landfill. Please help us to stop these warehouses. We want peace and a quiet place to live. My name is Jessica Jurgensmeyer, and I live behind the empty landfill, and me and my community want peace and quiet. I think it's supposed to be a peace, and we want peace and a quiet place to live. Please help us. Excuse me, sorry about that. My name is Josephina Alicia, and I live in Vista Del Lamo Mobile Home Park, and we need your help to stop the warehouses in the empty landfill. Me and my community need a peace and quiet place to live. Thanks for your help. Dear City of Carson, the Coalition for a Safe Environment, on behalf of our Carson resident members, the public and environmental justice and disadvantaged impacted communities in Carson and bordering Carson, support the appeal made by Councilwoman Arlene Rojas opposing all SEIR, final EIR, SPA, GPA amendments, specific plan, site plan, design review, vesting tentative track map, and planning commission approvals of the district at South Bay project. Jesse Marquez. Oh, sorry, that person spoke as well. So my apologies. So I believe that was 10, Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor, you're on mute.
You're on mute. Okay. Items 3 and 4 are special orders of the day. Madam City Attorney, are you available? I'd like you to stay visible.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I will.
Okay, items 3 and 4, did you say you want me to open the public hearing simultaneously at the same time?
Yes, please do.
So I'll have to read the title for both. I'll open one, then open the second one?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. We have a public hearing for item number 4, a public hearing to consider appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to 1, adopting the findings required by the CEQA guidelines, section 15091, 2, certify the supplemental environmental impact report to the final environmental impact report, SCH number 20050551059 for the district at South Bay Plan. 3, adopt the proposed mitigation monitoring and reporting program. 4, adopt a statement of overriding considerations. And 5, approve a site plan and design review number 1877-2021 and B, vesting tentative track map number 83481. Okay, that's special order for number 4, number 3. Number 4 is a public hearing to consider resolution number 22073, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Carson, California, adopting general plan amendment number GPA 112-2021, ordinance number 2207, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Carson, California, amending the district at South Bay specific plan SPA 272021, modifying permitted uses, development standards, design features, and operational characteristics, and ordinance number 222208, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Carson, California, approving development agreement number 292021. Madam City Clerk, was there notice for these 2 hearings properly posted and reported?
Yes, Madam Mayor. There was proof of timely publication received by our office. Notice of the applicant via email was confirmed by staff. Notice to the appellant via email was confirmed by staff. The posting requirements were met for individuals and organizations. The posting affidavits are on file in the City Clerk's office. And as I mentioned before, there were 10 written communications that were received.
Thank you very much. Staff, do we have a report? J.R. Said.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I'll start. John Raymond, Assistant City Manager of also the Executive Director of the Carson Reclamation Authority. I'm going to give the kind of the introduction of this project. I think I have about the first 8 or 10 slides of this presentation, and then I will turn it over to Saeed Naseh, our Community Development Director, to get into the more technical planning aspects of the approval and the appeal. And then on item 4, Saeed and his team, or just Saeed, will just make the entire presentation on item 4, which is actually the development agreement and the general plan amendment, the specific plan amendment, and other related documents. So I'm going to start. The owner of the property today is the Carson Reclamation Authority, and the CRA, called the CRA. And the CRA was formed back in 2015 as a joint powers authority to actually acquire the site. And the creation of the CRA relieved the city of the environmental liability for the site remediation and the environmental issues. There's a lot of legal reasons for it, and there were a lot of practical reasons to create a separate entity and separate from the city itself actually owning the landfill. Through a series of agreements, the CRA acquired the site almost exactly 7 years ago, on May 20th, 2015. And the remediation systems then began to come online. Actually, the groundwater extraction and treatment system, I think, was already installed and began operating just before the CRA acquired the site, and the landfill gas collection and control system for a portion of the site, and I'll talk about that in a minute, came online in July of 2015 and has been operating ever since. The CRA, at the time it acquired the site, was negotiating with the San Diego Chargers and the Oakland Raiders for a stadium proposal, and also as a sort of plan B with the Macerich Company for an outlet mall on cell 2, and I'll show the cell map in just a second. But in addition, because Macerich was only working on cell 2, we started to talk about, if the stadium did not happen, what the development proposals would be for the remainder of the site. So the CRA has issued a number of requests for proposals since 2015 to develop the site. The next slide. The site is under the control of the Department of Toxic Substances Control, which is a state agency under Cal EPA. And going back to the year 1995, there's a remedial action plan in place on the site. It's called a RAP. And the RAP requires a number of things. And you can see the bullet points, but the one is actually grading the site and actually compacting the existing soil cover so that it's a compacted soil cover, and then constructing an engineered landfill cap. And the original engineered landfill cap back in 1995 was a clay cap. It was actually clay on top of the soil, and that's what exists as a cap today on the slopes, on the 405 slope, and on the slopes along the Torrance Lateral. That's actually clay, very heavy clay soil that keeps the landfill gas from coming up through the clay into the atmosphere. Later, there was an amendment to that plan, and it allowed for a membrane or sort of a plastic sheeting cap to replace it on the flat part, on really the developable, on the parts of the site that could be developed. I mentioned the landfill gas collection and treatment system and the groundwater collection and treatment system. The groundwater system is in, and a portion of the landfill gas collection system is in on cells 4 and 5, closest to the residential areas on the other side of the Torrance Lateral. Also, it requires a monitoring of groundwater, and then when buildings are built, under each building would be a building protection system, and that's a layer of gravel, usually about 9 to 12 inches, with a perforated vent pipe and methane monitors in the gravel. And if methane makes it up through the liner, kind of breaches the liner, it's sort of detected by the methane detection system and vented up above the roof of the building to protect methane from building up in an occupied structure. Piles, structural piles are installed under all building and structures. And when we say all building and structures, we mean even things like fire hydrants, street lights, parking lot lights are all mounted on a pile that has to be driven by a pile driver. We installed over 2,200 piles on cell 2 back in 2018 and 2019, actually mostly in 2019. And then, as I mentioned, a portion of the remediation is already complete. It's already this section installed on cell 4 and on cell 5. And most of the landfill gas system has been installed. It's just not hooked up and activated yet on cell 2. Next slide. So here's a cell map. You can see on the right-hand side the 405 freeway. Beyond that, the Dominguez Channel. Cell 2 is along the freeway. That is where we were negotiating with Cam Carson LLC, the Macerich Company, and Simon Property Group to develop an outlet mall. And you can see the outline of a portion of the slab that's been poured and some of the liner that's been installed. And you can see the dots there, which is all the 2,238 installed piles on cell 2. This project is cell 3, 4, and 5. And then cell 1 is in the upper left-hand corner. It's not a part of this project. And cell 2 and cell 1 are separated from cell 3, 4, and 5 by a road that comes in from the Avalon Bridge and goes out to Main Street, and Stamps Road goes out, and there's going to be a new traffic signal right at the driveway of the Evolve Apartments across the street. The city's already bid that out, and we're going to be installing that this year. And that Stamps Road will be a public street down to Leonardo Road, which is the demarcation. And then beyond that, it's a private street. And so those are the 5 cells of the site. And when we talk about cells, this is what we're talking about. The next slide. So I mentioned earlier that the CRA has undertaken a number of RFPs. We learned in January of 2016 that we were not going to be the site of the stadium. We were negotiating, as I mentioned, with Macerich at the time to develop the outlet mall on Cell 2, and we knew we needed to find a master developer and or other developers for the other cells, for Cell 3, 4, and 5, and for Cell 1. We put an RFP out there in June of 2016. I think we had about a half dozen, 6 or 7 proposals. Did not result in an agreement with the developer to develop anything. And in 2017, we put another one out there. In 2018, we ended up in a negotiating agreement for about a year and a half with the developer to try to take on all cells 1, 3, 4, and 5, and that did not conclude with a feasible project. All the development proposals, including we've gotten dozens of unsolicited proposals, and we estimate about 35 proposals so far, failed to result in any sort of feasible project. And by feasible, we mean really essentially financially feasible. Can the project support paying for the installation of the remedial systems under the surface? Can it pay for the extraordinary foundation costs, meaning that you have to build your project on structural piles and not just a regular slab on grade? And then will your retail rents or the rents that you anticipate getting cover all of those extraordinary costs? And in most cases, almost every case, they did not. The city council approved the entitlements for the outlet mall project in early 2018. Construction began in the fall of 2018 and started with grading, and we started pile installation in the spring. Got all the piles installed by October, and then the project stalled for financial reasons, really, in October 2019. And around the same time, actually, we started on it in August and September, putting an RFP together, which went out in early October in 2019, which is the RFP that resulted in this developer, Faring or Carson Goose owner. And we received 7 proposals to that RFP. And because we made financial feasibility and the requirement that the developer be obligated to pay for the construction of all the remedial systems under the slab and on their own nickel, design and construct, all of the proposals included light industrial and or some warehousing as part of the project. Next slide. So we went through an evaluation process of the 7 proposals and ended up negotiating this agreement with Faring Capital and Carson Goose owner. And there's a number of reasons why this project was superior to the other 6. And one was that, because most of the other proposals had, some were just entirely, one was just a one big 1 million square foot building. Actually, 2 of them were like one big 1 million square foot building, 2 different proposals, which would have just barely fit on cells 3, 4, and 5. And others were, some sort of mix of different kinds of uses and different sized buildings and all that. But one of the things that the CRA insisted is that there had to be, in addition to warehousing, because we understood the economic reality of the warehouse development, that we wanted an amenity, we wanted something for the community beyond just the feasibility of a project that was just a warehouse project. So the developer came up with something that's in the plan. It's called the Carson Country Mart. And it's about 11 acres. And it's an 11 acres of a really kind of mixed use development. It's got restaurants, it's got retail space, it's got a dog park, a children's playground, outdoor dining. There's an event lawn. I think as part of the presentation by Saeed, we'll have a video and a fly through of what it would look like. And it's really something very highly amenitized and very different than really any other sort of retail development that we've got in Carson or really anything nearby. It's got a public art component. And obviously, and I know a number of speakers talked about job creation, but it like any project, thousands of new indirect and permanent jobs in addition to the construction jobs. Next slide. Then we negotiated a whole number of other community benefits in addition to the development of the project itself. And one of the concerns, and everybody reads it every day in the newspaper, is affordable housing. And so we negotiated that there'd be some sort of nexus to affordable housing. And there's a number of options for the developer to be able to address affordable housing without actually necessarily building housing as part of this project in the development agreement. And they've got to do it prior to the certificate of occupancy for the last industrial building. And that is if the city develops an adopted citywide affordable housing program, they've got to participate in that program. If we don't do that, they would have to pay an in lieu affordable housing fee of about $4.9 million. Or they would have to actually construct 100 units of affordable housing offsite, not on cell 3, 4, and 5. It could be on cell 1, it could be another site in the city of Carson, but it would have to be 100 units of affordable housing. And that's beyond actually just developing the project. This is a commitment to affordable housing. Next slide, please. So the other thing is when you think back to the development of Cell 2 with Cam Carson and Macerich, is that we understood, and we spent a lot of time. We spent a year and a half going back over the pro forma and the financial negotiations with that developer on Cell 2 to build the outlet mall, and it led to a commitment to for the CRA to actually pay for the construction of the remedial systems, but also to contribute the land to the project really at no value, like for I think it's $10. But in the case of a project like this, where in addition to asking the developer, requiring the developer to pay for the construction of all the remedial systems, we said that if your project is going to be profitable enough to do that, we also want to calculate a residual land value payment that you will pay land to us. We're not going to give you the land for $1, and you have to pay us a residual land value payment. And we negotiated $45 million. And so at the execution of the option agreement, and the option agreement was approved by the Reclamation Authority back in December of 2020, within 30 days or 30 or 40 days, the developer had to pay us $12.5 million of the $45 million, which they did. We got it, I think, January, 19th of 2021. And so we received that. And we used it to pay for some of the CRA's obligations. In addition, as part of the closing of the property, which would be after this process concludes and we actually transfer title, they would pay us the other $32.5 million, which would be available for us to complete Cell 2, the remediation on Cell 2, and or encourage the development with the current developer or another developer for the site on Cell 2, or for other site development costs if Cell 2 did not go forward. But it gives us CRA an opportunity to go back and restart the development of Cell 2 and actually get them all built, which you can see from the aerial. Part of it's already constructed, and we want to get that project finished. Next slide. In addition, going back to some of the other negotiation, sort of above and beyond the residual land value or just the development itself, the city has a citywide development impact fee that's applicable to all projects. This would pay a $7.5 million development agreement fee because it's under a development agreement, and it would be in lieu of the citywide development impact fee. But it's actually a little more than what they would be if we did a straight calculation under the developer impact fee. Then what the developer has already done, and really since the beginning, since the approval of the option agreement, is that the developer pays 60% of the CRA's ongoing operation and maintenance costs for the site, up to a cap of about $250,000 a month. Plus, they would agree to pay for 60% of all the infrastructure costs, meaning the completing the streets and all of the other on-site infrastructure there. Our O&M costs are about $400,000 a month, and that would $250,000 a month or so is about 60% of that. So that helps keeps the CRA going, and it's been very beneficial for the CRA. And then the last slide, go back one, is that we've got millions of dollars of insurance on the site. We've got a pollution legal liability policy for the site. It's a $200 million policy. They would contribute to that. There's a contractor pollution liability policy for the site. There's a whole general liability program. There's a builder's risk program. There's owner protective indemnity programs, and all of that. The insurance is very important to the site because it's a contaminated site, and they would participate in all of those programs with the CRA. Next slide. So I mentioned before that part of the RFP, and one of the requirements in the RFP was that the developer, the proposer, would have to agree to actually design and construct all the remedial systems on the site. Again, different from Cell 2 in that the CRA was actually designing the remedial systems while the developer was designing the vertical improvement. We had to integrate those two designs, and then the CRA itself had to contract for and construct the remedial system the remedial systems under the Cell 2 surface as part of that development project. This puts it all squarely on the shoulders of the developer. It's all their costs and all their obligation. Now, we're still the property owner, so we still have to have oversight, and we have to have control of what they're proposing, because at the end of the day and at the end of the project, the CRA is going to be the owner of all those remedial system improvements, and then ultimately be the forever operator of them too. So we have to have control over what actually gets constructed, so that we know what it is and that it meets the DTSC standard and it gets approved, et cetera, et cetera. Obviously, the developer is responsible for the vertical development of the project. That means actually building the buildings themselves and the site improvements. All the landscaping and the buildings and the public art, and all of that. And then I mentioned that the CRA would maintain the remedial systems, and the way that would be funded on an ongoing basis after the project is completed is through a community facilities district, and that's actually a special taxing district that only applies to the site. But property owners with real property interests on the site would actually pay into that CFD, and that becomes a source of funding for the ongoing permanent operation and maintenance. Because again, we're capturing methane and landfill gas, and we're collecting and treating. We collect and treat, extract and treat about 30,000 gallons of groundwater a day. And that's every day. And And right now that's about $1 million a year to operate that, just the groundwater system. And then once the full landfill gas system is fully installed, it'll be a couple of $1 million a year to operate that. That's from running a flare or the activated charcoal system to making sure everything works and there's no leaking pipes or anything like that. So next slide. So if the project doesn't move forward, the applicant, the agreement that we have where the applicant pays for the O&M costs would end, and that would affect the CRA's ability to continue to pay for the operation maintenance, which we have to pay whether there's a developer on the site or not. And then the additional funds that could be available to restart Cell 2 would be lost, at least for now. And then the future development, really on Cell 3, 4, and 5, which is the mechanism, as I explained, that's going to pay for the remedial systems will be more unlikely. So that's where that is. I think that was the end of my slides. Is there another slide, Saeed? That's it. Okay, so I'm going to turn it over to Saeed Nasseh. He's our Community Development Director, and he's going to talk about what was approved by the Planning Commission, what is on appeal, and then what items in number 4 would have had to come to the City Council anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Raymond. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. First of all, I'd like to start with mentioning our team. This is a very large, the largest project in the city, and we've had to assemble a very competent team to address all the issues. ESA was hired by city to address the CEQA issues and conduct the EIR analysis. Fair and Pierce was one of their sub-consultants. They're one of the premier traffic engineers in the country, and along with a number of other experts, environmental experts. Also, internally, Gina is our project consultant, and she's been project managing the project, along with JR and myself. Sunny Sultani and Danny Alshire have spent numerous hours on these projects, especially Danny. He's been very valuable to this project. And as always, our city manager has been supporting us as well. Let me go through.
Mr. Nasseh, before you get into any further details, there were several comments about not having an opportunity to provide comments or the EIR not being available. I didn't hear you comment on that, but there was a notice of preparation of a draft EIR that was circulated for 30 days. And that was circulated on April 16th, 2021. The public had until May 17th, 2021 to provide comments. There were scoping meetings, workshops conducted on this on April 29th. And I believe December 13th, 2021, there was, I believe there was an Appendix A to the draft EIR that had copies of written comments and responses to written comments. And I just wanted the record to be clear that there was workshops, there was comment periods, the EIR was circulated. I think that's critical to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you. Also, I'd like to point out that kind of related to the same matter that the public hearing notice for the project has been sent to the residents and property owners surrounding the property. We've done that, I believe, 4 times, one during the NOP process, once for the Planning Commission, and twice for City Council, actually. And our minimum requirement is 750 feet, and we've done it for this project because it's a large-scale project with a 2,000 feet radius from the perimeter of the site. I'd like to go over item 3 and 4 together. I know the public hearing has been open for both items, and the item 3 is the appeal of Planning Commission decision. The Planning Commission approved the site plan and design review and the vesting tentative track map and the supplemental EIR. And they also recommended approval of item number 4, which is general plan amendment, specific plan amendment, and the development agreement. And I'll go through the details. Because this project is these two items are so interrelated, that's why we're presenting it at the same time, but council has to take the, separate actions for each of them. So on April 18th, the Planning Commission approved and certified approved the site plan and design review and the best tentative track map and certified the supplemental EIR. On April 21st, 2022, Councilmember Arlene Bocatia Rojas filed an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision for these approvals to the City Council. And that's why we're here tonight. This slide shows the project location bounded by the 405, the Lamo, Main, and the channel. These series of slides show the progression of all the development proposals that have been going on for past several years, starting with 2006. And I know the project history goes a lot further than that, but I won't get into that. And 2011, the second slide is another site plan of the plan that was approved. And those two are mainly commercial developments. And the third one that Mr. Raymond touched on a bit is the proposed NFL stadium in 2015 that CRA ended up being the property owner after that. These two show the approved on the left, which is the 2018 specific plan. Again, this was when the Macerich was approved, the outlet mall was approved for cell 2, and cell 3 in red basically had a power center that was proposed at that time, and the EIR for 2018 analyzed the commercial development that was proposed at that time. Actually was part of the EIR analysis. It was not a proposed project. And then on the right.
Mr. Anase, just again, for the sake of having a complete record, both Mr. Raymond and you have touched upon how at that time simultaneously there were other developers that had gone through an RFP process that had proposed. Specifically, the CRA commenced negotiations with Vestar. Vestar is a well-known, renowned developer that do shopping centers, big box retail type of development. There were 6 months of negotiations with them. And after the CRA picked them so that there would be a mixed use project where there would be retail on site. After 6 months of looking at the remedial costs and doing their financial feasibility studies, Vestar bowed out and they said they couldn't afford to develop this project. And again, these are all public records. These were all public hearings. And but I think it's critical to emphasize that there was serious negotiations for that project, and the developer decided to not proceed with that development.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. And the picture on the right is the current proposed plan of in 2022 specific plan that we will go get into. So Planning area 1 or cell 1 has no changes. It still allows up to 1,250 residential units on it. Planning area 2 or cell 2 has no change either. It allows up to 711,000 square feet of commercial outlet mall. That's still intact. The only change we're making is to planning area 3 or cells 3, 4, and 5 that we're adding some industrial uses, about 1.5 million square feet, and we're adding some open space uses, almost 12 acres, which also includes about 34,000 square feet of commercial, including retail and restaurants. Development District 3, which is north of Del Amo, is currently constructed with 300 units. That's the Evolve at South Bay. This table provides a more specific breakdown of the differences between the 2018 approved specific plan and the proposed 2021 specific plan. As you can see, the commercial square footage has been replaced with industrial uses. Significant open space has been added, and the hotel rooms have been eliminated. And this is important because the EIR that we have for this project analyzes the differences between the approved project and the proposed project.
And one more commentary on that. There were 2 hotel developers that the CRA attempted to negotiate with. One was Grapevine, and there was actually an ENA. And again, after 6 to 9 months of doing due diligence, Grapevine bowed out, and they said that it wasn't financially feasible for them to develop the hotel, even if the city would have been willing to commit 100% of its TOT to the project. There were some negotiations with Sun & Blick as well. And again, that became complicated as well as the amount of financial commitment from the CRA to make a project pencil out was just something the CRA did not have and could not perform. And that's the reason that the hotel part was is being recommended to be eliminated, because to date there have been no hotel developers that have been interested that could make the project pencil out that the CRA has come across.
Thank you. This is a site plan that was approved by the Planning Commission, which is subject of the appeal. The site plan in actually green background is cells 3, 4, and 5. And next to the freeway, it's the outlet mall, and cell 1, which is at Main and Del Amo, is shown as blank because there's no development. So the site plan is designed for these 6 industrial buildings. 3 of them are larger buildings in the middle, and 3 to the side. The buildings range from about 107,000 square feet for building B to 456,000 square feet for building D. And the Country Mart is the green landscape area to the right. And I will go through, I have a more detailed site plan for the Country Mart that I'll go over later on. This shows the tentative tract map that's also subject of the appeal. It proposes to subdivide cells 3, 4, and 5 into 14 parcels. 6 parcels actually are for the buildings, the industrial buildings. 1 parcel is for the operations center that's existing now. And the rest of the parcels, 7 parcels, is for the Country Mart. Again, the project has two parts. Cells 3, 4, and 5, or PA3, has 2 parts. The part A is the industrial parcel. That's about 73 acres. Part B is the Country Mart. That's about 11 acres. The industrial park has been divided into almost equal parts of e-commerce fulfillment center and distribution warehouse and parcel hub uses. Even though there are no tenants proposed right now, these were the assumptions that we used in the EIR to calculate and analyze the impacts of the project. There'll be, again, this is a speculative project, and the tenants, we won't know who will occupy the buildings for another 3 years, perhaps. I'll go over the Country Mart site plan. That includes a dog park, includes a botanic garden, the performance pavilion, and an event lawn, children play area, and of course, the food and beverage area. It has its own parking lot, and there are provisions in the specific plan that allow for spillage of parking into the adjacent industrial property to provide additional parking spaces if needed. The Country Mart also includes fully planted buffers, sculpture garden, water feature, games for the public, and bicycle and pedestrian bridge also to the north is kind of an important part of the another project that would connect the Civic Center area to the Country Mart by a pedestrian bridge through the Imperial Avalon project. So once that project gets approved, is considered by council and gets approved, hopefully, that pedestrian bridge will connect the Civic Center to the Country Mart. Another rendering of the Country Mart. That's the entry from the parking lot. The timing for the construction of Country Mart was very important to staff because we considered this part of, a very important part of the project and an amenity for the community. So we wanted to make sure that the developer doesn't just build the industrial areas and then walk away and not provide the amenity that we were promised. So we were really tight on this requirement, and the developer complied with it as well. So prior to issuance of the first certificate of occupancy for the first industrial building, so before they can occupy the first industrial building, all the park areas for the Country Mart must be completed and open to the public. In addition, 50% of the buildings have to be built and with a certificate of occupancies issued for them. And before we released the last building, we wanted to make sure that CFOs are issued for at least 80% of the commercial buildings. When we started designing the project many months ago, we had a few goals in mind. One was to protect the community that is immediately adjacent to the south and west of the site. We realized that this is an industrial project, and we wanted to make sure that we use best design standards to protect the community. So the three metal buildings, we combined them together or situated them in a way to have the truck bays in the middle. And the largest building, which is over 450,000 square feet, is buffering the neighborhood to the west and south from those activity areas. So we felt that that's the best way to provide a 50-foot, 60-foot high building to buffer all the noise and activities for the residents. And then we had the smaller buildings, which we felt that we needed to do a little bit more to protect the community. So we proposed requiring to have 16-foot high walls along the perimeter where it's closest to the residents to buffer the noise that may be generating from these uses. So we felt those three measures, basically, the siting of the buildings and the walls would go a long ways to mitigate the impacts. That was really important for staff to do that. And also to reduce the shade and shadow on the neighboring residents, we reduced the height of the buildings next to the residential areas. We even went further. We thought that those three buildings that are closest to the residential areas, buildings A, F, and B is not even close, but we required the walls for them. But mainly for the work areas for buildings A and F, we required restriction on hours of operation, that no outdoor industrial activities will be permitted between the hours of 10 p.m. and 8 a.m. So that was very important for the project. Trucks can come in and unload and load, but no other outside activities will be allowed. Another one of our goals for the community was to protect not only the folks who live right next to the proposed uses, also protect the other members of the community that live in their homes, and we didn't want to subject them to additional truck traffic. So right off the bat, we eliminated access to Avalon, to and from Avalon for truck drivers and for truck trips. And also we eliminated truck trips on the Lamo to and from the site, basically. And these restrictions are going to be built into to the rents, to the leases of the tenants. So they're going to know about it, and they're going to be enforced, and they have to abide by them. So the truck traffic is going to go left basically on the Lamo and towards the 110 and towards the 405 from there. So there'll be no truck traffic on residential streets. Number of circulation improvements and contributions by the developer will be required on 8 city intersections prior to issuance of building permits. Also, in terms of road maintenance, not only the project is going to pay the citywide CFD to help the city maintain the roads, we've required the project to replace the existing asphalt pavement with concrete on very large road segments. So these measures will definitely reduce our future maintenance costs, the city's future maintenance costs. As the city attorney mentioned earlier, we've completed the CEQA process. The initial study and the notice of preparation was back in April, so we've been working on the EIR since then. Public scoping period was done. The draft EIR was released for public review in October, end of October to December 13th, and the final supplemental EIR and response to comments were prepared, along with the mitigation measures and the findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations. So these are the topics that were analyzed in the SEIR. The column to the left is these impacts were less than significant. The column in the middle is these were impacts that were mitigated and the result was less than significant for these impacts. And the column to the right is significant and unavoidable, meaning that we added more mitigation measures, but still the impacts were significant. This is for aesthetics, air quality, noise, and transportation. And as you can see, aesthetics, air quality, and noise were similar to the 2018 EIR project impacts. In other words, those were significant and unavoidable as well. And remember, that was a commercial project. And for transportation, actually, the current project has less impacts than the 2018 EIR and 2018 project. There were a number of project design features that we added to the project. That includes zero emission construction vehicles to be used when they're commercially available. And the trucks have to exceed 2014 emission standards. That's a California requirement. 75% of all trucks that the operators will be using when the center opens shall be zero or near zero emission by 2035. That is also a California requirement. However, we've required the project to exceed California requirements and require them to have 100% zero to near zero emission vehicles by 2040. We've limited construction vehicle idle time to a maximum of two minutes. Bike racks and showers will be provided for employees. EV charging stations for cars and trucks will be provided. Carpool matching coordinator for operations will be provided. And also car sharing program for operations will be required to be provided by the tenants as well. The mitigation measures in the EIR were designed to protect the community and reduce the impacts to them. Special sign standards were adopted to reduce and eliminate glare from the signs and from the lights as well. And construction traffic management plan is required to reduce traffic nuisances. Construction noise is limited to 7 a.m. and 8 p.m. Monday through Saturday. Private security will be provided for all commercial areas. The project requires a general plan amendment that changes the current designation of commercial to commercial and light industrial. And the project is also consistent with the anticipated 2040 general plan flex land use designation. The specific plan it changes planning area 3 and divides it into two areas, PA3A and B. We've updated the permitted uses, the development standards, parking standards, and other clarifications and revisions. The transportation analysis, as I mentioned earlier, took into account two logistic type uses. And one was fulfillment center, which stores and directs distribution of e-commerce products to end users. These type of users usually have more employees and car trips with fewer heavy duty trucks trips. The second use was distribution parcel hub facility. This use involves transload functions for a parcel delivery company that basically move goods from one truck to the other without much storage duration for the products. This type of use has less employees and less car trips, but it has more truck trips. And we chose this combination to provide a realistic assessment of the projected traffic impacts of the project. Vehicular traffic was not the only thing that we assessed during the specific plan process. We looked at transit. We have transit stops when the project gets built, and Long Beach Transit can expand their network to this site. We've also accommodated for bike lanes on project site to connect them to other proposed bike lanes in the city. And we talked about the pedestrian bridge that will connect, that will be built by another project and will connect the Civic Center to the Country Mart. As far as signage is concerned, we've added a third option, option C, to this specific plan. There were two options, A and B, already approved in the existing specific plan. Those two options, one provided for 4 pylon signs that include digital billboards and 2 static signs. Option B provided for 3 pylon signs on the freeway that included 2 digital billboards and a digital sign. And option C is the new option that proposes 4 pylon signs, including 4 digital billboards. And each of those pylon signs will have 6 tenant signs attached to them. Country Mart will be advertised on the freeway pylon signs, one of the freeway pylon signs. We received some communication during the Planning Commission hearing. We received a letter from the Teamsters, an email from Trophy Automotive, a letter from the sheriff, and there was a request to compare the project mitigation to the Fontana ordinance mitigation, and which has been included in the staff report. There were some document clarifications included. Since the Planning Commission hearing, we included some revisions to the specific plan and the conditions of approval, and those have been included in your packet as in red line, so you can tell what has changed. Staff recommendation includes upholding Planning Commission's approval of item number, approval of site plan design review, vesting tentative track map, and supplemental EIR. There are other options available to the City Council in regards to the appeal. Those are included in the staff report. In terms of item number 4, the staff recommends approval of the specific plan amendment and the general plan amendment and the development agreement. Actually, that's a recommendation from Planning Commission, not from staff. They took action on that in April. That concludes my report. Open to any questions.
Thank you, staff. Are there any questions from my colleagues on the City Council? Just questions. This is not a debate, just questions to staff.
Yes, I have questions.
Yes, Councilman.
Saeed, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
And JR, can you hear me? Hello, JR?
I'm muted, I'm sorry. I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, so this PowerPoint was a very interesting, and could I get a copy of it and my colleagues get a copy as well, please?
Sure, it's on the website. It'll be on the website.
Okay, and then I can print it out from the website if I need to, right? Okay, that's my first question. And I'll go to my other colleagues and I'll come back with further questions a little bit later.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, Councilwoman.
This is just questions. Thank you, Saeed. Thank you, JR. I was actually expecting to speak before you all made your presentation before me. I do have a question on the, you talked about the digital plan A, B, and C. What site were you referring to on the digital pylon?
So those are freeway-oriented digital pylon signs.
Right.
Was that your question? I'm sorry. I mean,
Yes. So you mentioned there was 3 plans.
That's correct.
Okay. And then you mentioned, I think there was A, B, and C. For which site are you referring to then? Is that for plan cell 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5? Which one were you?
All the pylon signs are proposed along the 405.
So that would be cell 2.
That's along cell 2, but it's on the what we call the embankment parcel, which the CRA owns.
Okay. And was there a choice made? I just heard 3. Those are just 3 proposals came in?
They're really choices for the city to pick from.
So each of them are allowances under the specific plan amendment. If you look at the specific plan, Said can send you the specific, there is an actual plan for the development of those. It's just an allowance for development of different configurations and options of signs on that embankment on the 405, which the city can pick and choose from ultimately.
Okay.
So Danny, that's not for tonight's decision, right?
That is not for tonight's decision.
Okay. Well, that's why I asked. That's why I asked you because you mentioned it on there, but it's really not on the agenda. So that's why I asked. A lot of these questions I'm asking, I might already know the answer, but I'm asking it to clarify for the residents who are watching right now.
Madam Mayor?
Yes. Yes.
May I say something that may just really clarify a lot for the members of the public? And I think that's what the councilwoman is trying to get at. When a specific plan is approved by a council legislative body, it looks at an area within the city and it discusses based on an environmental impact report or some sort of CEQA review. It discusses these are the options, this is the parameters of the developments that could potentially take place within this specific plan. Sometimes cities approve specific plans without even having a project attached to it necessarily. So in this case, you have a specific plan that's anticipating certain developments. If the council body approves that, then you have a development agreement with Carson Goose that provides for development of certain portions of that. And then you have other parts of it that will come back to the council as development comes into the city with respect to those sites. So that's the big picture. That's what you're discussing now. So the signs, there has always been planned for a sign program on this site, and we don't necessarily have the developer yet or any proposal for the council to consider on the signs issue tonight.
Just like cell 1, we don't have a developer for cell 1 yet, but we have the specific plan outlines the allowances for the proposed development of residential uses on that site.
Yes, and that's exactly why I asked the question, so that the residents don't jump it and say, oh, wait a minute, what do we have now? What are we talking about now? So I'm just trying to keep it
it's
following
great.
up. Yes.
It's great. I think staff has been living with this project for a very long time. So there's a lot of issues that need to be flushed out further than what was presented. These are great questions, Councilwoman.
Yes. So just for the record, on these options, signage options, A, B, and C, we do not have any proposals yet, but we do have the options to have one. Is that?
That's accurate with one caveat.
Okay.
With one caveat. With
Okay.
the Cam Carson, the outlet mall developer, under our development agreement with them, we do actually have certain commitments. There are 2 billboard signs that have been allocated and approved in connection with that project. One sign would be the CRA sign, and 100% of its proceeds would go to the CRA, or if the CRA wants to give it to the city, but that, again, that's not before you tonight. And another sign would go to CAM, but with respect to that sign, 50% of the offsite advertisement would go to the city. Now, CAM is not, the project is on hold, as the public is aware. There's litigation going on. If there's a settlement on that project, those 2 signs, there's already commitment on them.
Thank you. Thank you. And that is important when we do have a project that, you know, the residents may think this project is going to like poof, and then it's up. Well, the signage would be a good idea because it does advertise that, hey, we've got something coming, and, you know, it lets the residents know that it's pending and it's coming our way. And so that would be a good idea. Yes. So thank you for clearing that up for the residences. Thank you.
Any more questions from my colleagues?
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, JR, for that presentation. I just want to get some clarification on the Country Mart area. And can you show that slide? I just wanted to make sure, because I know some of my residents may have not read this or got this information in regards to what is being proposed. A 10,000 square foot commercial retail usage, I think roughly about 12,600 feet of restaurants with a drive-through, 2,200 square feet for a walking cafe near a dog park, event lawn, and about 9,000 feet of food and beverage kiosks, and with the commercial and retail uses within the Carson Country Mart. So there are a lot of other amenities that's going to be part of that entire development. And my last question, could you show where would the entrances and exit of any fulfillment center would be? How would they get in and how would they get out?
I believe this is probably the best. You can all see the blue arrows.
Yes. Yes, we can.
So the blue arrows basically show where the trucks can go. So from the 405, without getting onto Avalon, there's an off ramp already that trucks can enter the site. Okay, they cannot exit the site the same way, so it's kind of a one-way deal. And beyond that, the trucks cannot turn right because there are no blue arrows there from Stamps to Del Amo. So all the trucks will come on Stamps, turn left on Del Amo, or get on Main Street from the site, and again turned left on Del Amo to go on the 110 and from to the 405 from there.
And that has already been identified as a truck route, that street.
That's correct. Del Amo is a truck route, and Main Street is a truck route as well. So is Torrance Boulevard.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, MVT.
I'm wondering, can the 12 acres later be converted into industrial, Saeed?
I'm sorry. MPT, could you repeat that?
My question is, can later on down the line, will these 12 acres that we're designating for the Country Mart be converted into industrial at some point or sometime?
Absolutely not. Under the development agreement, they are obligated to keep that as proposed and keep it as open to the public, keep it maintained, and privately, maintain it in a very good condition. Actually, that we've included all those provisions in the development agreement.
Madam Mayor.
MPT, how many years?
Excuse
How many
me,
years?
just a second. MPT, were you finished?
Well, Sonny was trying to say something
Okay.
at the bottom.
Yes, yes, City Attorney.
I just wanted to add to Mr. Nasse's point because it's almost impossible to convert anything on this site after or convert the park, because once you put the piles in for the development and DTSC approves it and the cap system goes on, that's another reason DTSC is not inclined to allow the developer to convert it back to another use. That's an additional layer of protection for the city that this will remain a park. That's
the amount of piles and specific design of the piles needs to be sufficient to support the vertical development. And so, it's kind of baked into the overall system once the piles start getting drived in.
So okay, I'm just trying. I want this as a point of clarification that it can't be a gotcha moment where they turn around and change up and build the industrial instead of the Country Mart, where we are expecting high quality restaurants and outdoor space. No longer will we have to go to the west side, but we can go right in our backyard and have a good time. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
MPT also, just a second. MPT also included is that Country Mart has to be built out before this commercial. Am I not correct?
Before the industrial buildings are released for occupancy, yes. Most of the Country Mart has to be built. All the public park areas and 50% of the buildings have to be built and ready for occupancy.
Thank you for making that point of clarification as well.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Yes, who's it, Councilwoman?
Yes.
Yes.
First of all, thank you to my colleagues stealing all my questions and getting it answered. That's exactly what I wanted to happen today. So I do remember, Saeed, you said that 50% of this Country Mart has to be built up and running, open, and then 80% we can start the warehouse. If 50% is up and running or built?
50%, all of the park and green areas that we've talked about, everything has to be built before we release the first occupancy permit for the industrial buildings. And then not only that, in addition to that, 50% of all the commercial areas or the retail and the restaurants, the buildings have to be built before we issue the first occupancy permit for the industrial building.
Yes, okay. So 50%.
But also the entire park area and all of the other amenities need to be open and operating.
Open and operating, which is exactly what I wanted to hear. Because again, we've got the Union South Bay where it's beautiful, but then we have 0% open and operating. So we want to avoid that type of situation. So 50% built, one is saying built, but I think Mr. Alshire, you just said operating, that it should be open.
So everybody, we're talking about two different things. The park and the amenities have to be 100% built and operating.
Yes.
The restaurant pads 50% of certificate of occupancy has to be issued. So it has to be built, ready to have a tenant in it. And then that's when the first industrial building can receive its certificate of occupancy. And then there's a second component that 80% of the restaurants have to be completed before the next 50% of the industrial receives its certificate of occupancy.
And why do we have a 50 and an 80%? Why don't we just match it up?
The council is free to ask the developer for that change in the term. Again, there's been months of negotiations, and why things have ended up where they've ended up, it's through negotiations.
Right,
but
that's
ultimately,
that's also my question.
The council is the ultimate decision maker, and you can ask the developer for anything you'd like.
So, Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I just want to add something on the environmental side that relates to this. A lot of this negotiation on the development is sort of planning related. But in addition, the entire site, all 157 acres, are subject to document that the CRA negotiated with the DTSC called the Management Approach to Phased Occupancy. It's called the MAPO. And the MAPO, before the MAPO, there's a basic requirement that there's no what's called partial cell development. So you can't develop part of cell 4 and occupy it with the other part of cell 4 undeveloped and then come back later and develop it. So you can't occupy the part that you develop until you get what's called a remedial action completion report or a RACER. And that says all the remedial systems for that cell, not just for that development, for that cell been installed. So there's a little bit of, you have to sort of, I don't want to say not put the cart before the horse, but when you're talking about, like, let's say fully getting the Carson Country fully up and on board before the other developments, the other buildings occur. The Carson Country Mart is part of Cell 5, and I think it may be part of Cell 4. And so Cell 4 and Cell 5, that those entire cells actually need to be closed before anybody can occupy on the Carson Country Mart. And so it's all this dance between the entire developing the entire system, getting the remedial system approval, the RACER from DPC before you can occupy it. Otherwise, there's a buffer that's required. In between cells, there's a buffer that's required of 100 feet, which you can do between 5 where the guard is in cell 2 because there's a street in between that's 8 feet wide, but you can do it in between 3, 4, and 5. So it's a complex jigsaw puzzle that all has to fit together, and that's where some of the you can't get too far out there and say the whole thing Carson Country Mart has to be developed before the other can start, because you couldn't occupy it anyway. Then it's going to sit there until you get your cell 5 and cell 4 that it shares a cell with. Those cells close, get all the remedial, and they're not going to be in until the buildings are ready to go up. And so there's, and that's kind of been a lot of this sort of back and forth on those timelines.
Councilwoman?
Do we have, okay, going back to, I think it would be good if we did have, if we equal it out, if 50% of the retail, the parks and all that, then we could do 50% of the industrial. It would work. That would make things work faster. So if you want 100%, then you just match it up. You get 100% retail commercial, you get 100% industrial. Or we could have a performance bond where, we make sure that projects do get completed and we're updated and we could see the progress, and everybody there's accountability and there's transparency. I would like to see that. I don't know about my colleagues would like to see that, but again, we just don't want to be, we're asking a lot of questions about, about how sure are we that the Country Mart will stay a Country Mart, and if there's any chance that it could be industrial. Like Councilman Hilton asked that question, and it was one of my questions, and I'm glad to hear that it is not. So I'm hoping that the 97,000 residences are listening right now, because those are the questions that they are asking. And again, on record, you're saying that cannot happen. There's a couple people there that said it can't happen. Saeed, Mr. Alshire, also Madam City Attorney. On record that the Country Mart, that sale area, my dog park, will remain that. Correct? Okay.
That's absolutely correct.
Yes,
That's absolutely correct. Under the
Thank you.
Yes. So again, for the residents, so that they can hear that is it. Thank you.
Any more questions? Any more questions?
Madam Mayor,
yes.
I was okay with the council having some questions, but you may want to hear public comments.
I'm going to open the public hearing right now. That's why it says questions only, not a debate.
Sure.
So we're opening up.
I'll reserve my questions till after public comment.
Okay, the public hearing is open.
Thank you.
We're opening the public hearing. Madam City Clerk, is there any public testimony?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I believe we have, I know we have at least one person in there now. Some have come and gone, but I will begin with our person that's there.
And Dr. Bradshaw, I just want to make you aware that we have some people on Zoom with their hands up that are here for public comment as well. So I don't know if you can see them. I see a number of people on Zoom with their hands up that wants to speak as well.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, before we go into public testimony, is the applicant here to do a presentation?
Is the what, I'm sorry?
Is the applicant here to do a presentation?
Oh, I'm not to my knowledge. I'm not aware. Let me say it like that. I'm not aware.
Yes, they
The
are.
applicant's on.
Yeah, the applicant's here, Madam Mayor.
Okay, would he can do a public applicant presentation? Would he like to do that? Who's on? Who's here from the applicants?
I am here, Darren Embry.
Darren, would you like to have a presentation?
Sure, please.
You have 10 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. Let me share my screen to get us started here. Hi, can you see my screen okay?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Madam Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, honorable council members, first we'd like to thank city staff for all their incredible work re-envisioning the district. I hope that the council and the public appreciate the breadth of presentation that Mr. Raymond and Mr. Nasseh provided them this evening. Sunny, Danny, JR, Saeed, Gina, and your team, the countless hours you've all put into this project over the past several years are no doubt reflected in the finished product. While we didn't always agree on every point, we were always aligned on the common goal of delivering what's best for Carson's future. You're all familiar through your own personal experience with the landfill and the impediment that it's been to Carson's progress. This picture is what you've been looking at for over 50 years. So many promises left unfulfilled. Almost every major Southland developer has made a run at this project and failed. And universally, the reason they've all failed is that they all needed that next thing. They either needed public money or someone else's approval or blessing. It was never enough for the city to say yes. That is until tonight. And given the decades of false starts and unfulfilled promises in the site's history, we're proud to say that we've already started making good on our promises and our commitments, having already provided the CRA with over $15 million during these last 2 years to continue the operations and maintenance of the landfill. But our commitment isn't just financial, it's personal and it's civic. It's about Carson pride and making sure that this site becomes something the city can finally be proud of.
They just charged me. Sorry.
Sorry. Did you have a comment? Sorry.
No, go on with your presentation.
As staff mentioned, the project includes light industrial use because that's the only use that's feasible and given the financial and environmental constraints that are inherent to the site. In fact, every legitimate proposal, received in response to the CRA's most recent RFP were for light industrial, making it clear that that's the only financially sustainable and viable use for this site, without significant financial contributions or concessions from public sources. And if you doubt that, you need to only look at all the proposals and projects that have come and gone. Indeed, even the Cell 2 project that we are all excited about was negotiated with the site's financial and environmental constraints in mind. The quote, feasibility gap was a key point in that negotiation. And even before the impacts of COVID and the significant construction costs that are rising now and being felt throughout the marketplace. Nevertheless, what set our proposal apart from every other proposal received by the CRA were 3 major elements. First, our project includes the Country Mart and Park, which we will talk about in greater detail shortly, a direct public benefit valued at over $80 million and with immeasurable value to the city as a shared public space in the future. Second, we committed to providing the CRA with $45 million, including over $12 million up front. And finally, we committed to funding the operations and maintenance of the landfill from day one for up to $250,000 per month. And that we have been paying since the year 2020. And we'll continue to, of course, pay our share as part of the final project. Again, it was our trusting financial commitment to the CRA and to the city and the huge community benefit of the Country Mart that set us apart. Indeed, we're the only developer willing to make such a substantial bet on Carson and the future of this site. Our commitment to the city is something we're very proud of. Given the hundreds of millions of dollars we've invested in the city across multiple decades and projects, we are personally engaged and inherently interested in the city's growth and success. That shared set of goals and alignment of vision for the future also means we know what it is to be a good partner. We have partnered with staff to protect the community, with the CRA to protect the city's interests, and with organized labor front and center to help us build this project. And the time is now to move Carson into the future and finally solve its biggest redevelopment challenge of the last 50 years. Staff, of course, has described the site plan very well. I just wanted to remind the council that only planning area 3 is changing. Planning areas 1 and 2 remain as approved, with our $32.5 million payment poised and ready, should we be fortunate enough to earn your approval, to fund the restart and remediation and the construction of Cell 2 that we've all been looking forward to for years. As staff made clear earlier, if the proposal before you tonight does not move forward, applicant stops funding the operations and maintenance of the landfill, immediately affecting the CRA's ability to pay. A clear source of available funds to complete the remediation for Cell 2 will be lost, and any future development, which of course is the mechanism to pay for the installation of the remedial systems, will be much less likely. But our focus tonight should not be on the site's failed history or the risk of uncertain future, but rather on why this project is exactly what's needed today. In addition to the public benefit of the Country Mart, which we will be talking about shortly, it's crucial that the buildings in the district be good neighbors to the park and its users, and that the lifestyle theme of the Country Mart spill over into the district's other uses. Heavily planted, expanded walkways, bike paths, sculptures along the meandering walking path, seating areas will all be provided to you so that you and your family can have dinner at the Country Mart, follow it up with a 2-mile round trip walk, and come back to the Country Mart to enjoy coffee and dessert and maybe stay for some locally programmed evening events. It is also, of course, crucial that the district's buildings are good neighbors to the residents of Carson. We all know about industrial developments that went well and others that have gone wrong. Luckily, we as a development team come from the retail and multifamily world, which are focused on people and places. We've worked closely with the city staff and CRA, and they've helped us craft mitigation measures that are the strongest in the region and confirm our deep commitments to sustainability. With that in mind, we're committing before you tonight to a LEED Gold certification for the entire cells 3, 4, and 5. And here are some sustainability highlights. Of course, the LEED Gold certification. We're also protecting the community from the effects of a brownfield by sealing and capping the remainder of the site. And we're providing 325 additional EV chargers above and beyond Cal Green requirements. And with our commitment to over 400,000 square feet of solar panels, this project will generate enough electricity to power 1,860 Carson homes. The project will continue to leverage advances in technologies and underscore our commitment to expanding the use of electric trucks and vehicles every day. And it makes me proud to say that this project will both generate clean energy for the community and become cleaner and quieter over time. Additionally, stormwater management and low impact development will be provided. Enhanced building commissioning will also be provided to make sure that the buildings perform as promised in the LEED program. As we started developing our proposal, we started thinking about other South Bay cities and how Carson fits into that group. Of course, it borders 2 ports and is 15 minutes from the beach in 2 directions. We started asking ourselves, what do many of those cities have that Carson doesn't? The clear answer is outdoor placemaking. Places like The Point in El Segundo, 2nd and PCH in Long Beach, Manhattan Village in Manhattan Beach, all help give those cities a sense of place, and there just aren't any highly amenitized outdoor spaces like those in Carson. It's been talked about, of course, for years, and how to execute real placemaking in Carson. And again, the key significant reason we were selected to develop the site is our commitment to the Country Mart. And so now, if I can do this, and forgive Zoom if there's some lag, but I'm going to play a short video for you that we hope captures some of the spirit and intent and thought that have gone into the planning and programming of the Carson Country Mart. I hope that.
We're at 10 minutes.
You're at 10 minutes?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, excuse me, Mr. Embry. But Madam Mayor, we're at 10 minutes.
We have just a few more minutes. We're wrapping up.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Everyone agrees that parks are crucial for a community's sense of well-being. In addition to traditional parks, there's something special about having a place that's clean and safe and designed specifically for a community to make its own. There's something special about those places where you spend time with your friends and family and celebrate life that really help define a city. Finding special places to relax and unwind or gather and celebrate are crucial to feeling like you're at home. The greatest amenity, of course, to life in Southern California is the sunshine. We need to take advantage of it, not just to power our homes and our cars and our trucks, but to energize our souls. Experiencing activities and events with your neighbors and family helps build bonds and enhance depths of connection to people and places. So what does all this mean for Carson? It means the Carson Country Mart. It means activated spaces connected to the Civic Center and surrounding residential areas. It means it's a location and a community building resource that Carson will be proud of. It means curated open air dining with food choices from a mix of nationally known and locally grown operators, and with next generation drive-through options, all that will highlight and celebrate the diversity of Carson.
You have 1 more minute, Mr. Ember.
Got it. I'm going to skip ahead to our closing.
Madam Mayor, I think you should let the developer complete his, even if it takes more than a minute, complete his presentation. It's really interesting.
Oh, you think so? And my colleagues, you want to give them 2 more minutes?
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't want you to say I'm being unfair.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
It means being thoughtfully designed, sustainable surrounding with plants that are native, calming, and beautiful. It means spending time with friends and family members in a safe zone for kids and helping your kids make new friends. And it means giving your dog some special playtime and offering them the chance to make new friends too. So in closing, we're very excited to be having this conversation with you tonight and sharing our story. But what we're really excited about is moving Carson forward, moving the site forward in a way that positions the city for its next century of growth. And starts with a project that puts community first from day one, as we were just discussing. This project will represent over $1 billion of investment in Carson. We want to shift some of the spotlight of the South Bay onto Carson. We want to help increase property values in Carson. We want to unburden the CRA and the city budgets. We want people from other South Bay cities to drive here for dinners, events, and family time. And we want your support. Perhaps most importantly, the entire Country Mart will be funded, privately funded, but publicly enjoyed in perpetuity. The commitments we've made in the option agreement and the development agreement that I'm sure you have reviewed make clear that the Country Mart shall remain a public space, but not cost the city of Carson or the CRA or the taxpayers a single dollar in construction costs or ongoing operations and maintenance. All street maintenance, site maintenance, all security, and all amenities will remain privately funded while the benefits will be forever shared. Every resident, every employee, where are they going to go eat with their families, meet with their community groups, and host meetings? Where will the annual Juneteenth celebration be held? Where will the Samoan Federation gather? Where will Filipino American History Month be celebrated? Where will you want your daughter's quinceañera to be held? Country Mart. We've learned from others' mistakes, and timing is everything. After so many starts and stops, and given the uncertainty in the marketplace, the time is now for Carson to finally take its next step into the future, to finally clean and secure this site, and to finally allow joy and prosperity to grow from it. We thank you, Madam Mayor and honorable council members, for your time and attention tonight, and hope we have earned your trust and support, and are of course available with our team to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren. After we get public testimony, we may allow you the time to come back and answer questions. So thank you. Just hang in there for a few minutes. Madam City Clerk, public testimony, please.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I will move to the, oh, I don't see anyone in the queue
Got
here.
a lot of hands up.
Yes, oh, they're already unmuted. Mr. I believe it was Marquez, ending in 0177. The time is now for you to speak. You have 3 minutes. Right, Madam Mayor? It's still
yes.
And you have the floor, sir.
Is this for Jesse Marquez?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I can speak now?
You sure can. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Jesse Marquez. I am the Executive Director of the Coalition for a Safe Environment. We're an environmental justice organization headquartered in Wilmington, but we have members in Carson and about 50 other cities. We are in support of the appeal made by Councilwoman Arlene Rojas opposing the approval of the District at South Bay project. The reason being, in our assessment of the draft EIR, final EIR, SEIR, it failed to identify and assess, quantify, and mitigate all direct and indirect sources of diesel truck emissions and other impacts. Now, what do we mean by indirect? Well, the EIR, for example, the traffic and congestion studies and assessments will show a route from like Port of LA to the warehouse or from another warehouse to that warehouse. But where did the trucks originate? Those emissions from their place of origin are not included. But the truck cannot just go get a container. It has to pick up a chassis first. And the chassis is another route away from that location. Then they go to pick up the chassis with the container, and then they go to the destination, and then they have an empty chassis that has to be delivered to a container storage yard. So all those extra vehicle miles and emissions have not been included. But what also is important is the city failed to review the CEQA lawsuit filed against the Fairview Rural Logistics Center warehouse in Moreno Valley, where the draft EIS, final SEI were all found in non-compliance with CEQA requirements. And there was a settlement. In fact, their settlement contains 10 times more mitigation than what they are offering you in Carson. Now, are they offering air filtration units for the pollution in Carson? No, they are not. So our request that the city conduct a comparative analysis of CEQA settlements, mitigation measures Fairview agreed to in Moreno Valley. Also, a comparative analysis of the California Attorney General public comments against the Moreno Valley project. Regarding the significant and unavoidable impacts where it talks about air quality and noise, it is a fact right now today that zero emission vehicles and equipment are 100% available right now. There's no need to wait for 2035 to be in compliance. The project has no proposed phase-in plan of zero-emission vehicles and equipment to comply with the 2035. The project will eventually just pass the buck to the truck company for compliance. For a project of this nature that has over 30,000 pages of information,
Madam Mayor, that's 3
minutes. It is impossible for 99.9% of Carson residents to read, assess, seek professional advice, and prepare technical public comments. So we recommend a 90-day public comment period. How much time do I have left?
That was it. I guess they didn't hear me.
Thank you. I think the mayor stepped away for a second, so I'll,
okay.
time is
Thank
up.
you.
Next caller in queue or next person.
Okay, thank you, MPT. There are 10 hands in the Zoom, so I'm gonna just go in the order from left to right as I see it on my screen. So I apologize if you feel like I'm going out of order. So the first person is Mr. Jason Baez or Baez. I apologize if I'm saying it wrong.
Thank you so much, Honorable Council, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jason Baez, and I'm a proud member of Labor's International Union of North America, and I fully support this project on all levels. Honorable Council, this project is heaven sent. For years, Carson has been left out of all the big construction projects going on throughout the county. We're always getting overlooked. Finally, something for our community. And I want to emphasize that I'm a local resident, and not that long ago, I was serving in my church, Victory Outreach of Carson, as the evangelism leader. I would comb these streets through the trailer parks, the Scottsdale projects, the 234th Street projects, Victoria Park, and everywhere else. You may have seen me and my team taking the intersections with signs and bullhorns all along Avalon Boulevard during all these COVID years. Now, between us that are from here, we all know there is a very serious need in our city for job opportunities. Think about the last time you visited someone in the Scottsdale projects. The living conditions are horrible there. It's terrible how people have to live right there. We have a rotten old lot that's nothing more than a hazard to the community in a whole list of ways, and only getting worse over time. But today we have the opportunity to make something beautiful out of it. And doing so, local young men and women will get a chance to bypass long-term waiting lists to enter union apprenticeship programs and come in right now. Our city will reap highly yearly revenue returns that can be used for utility and infrastructure rehabilitation and ongoing logistics openings that can be helpful to everybody from students to spouses who have to take up a second job because of the high cost of living these days. And not to mention the millions and millions of dollars that are going to be donated in all these different ways. I lost count of how much money they're going to give. It was a ton of it. Honorable Council, if we were to stand out in front of Albertsons and ask the community how they felt about this and explain everything in detail, we all know that 80% of them would say, build it, bring that Country Mart as soon as possible. There'd probably be 10% that wouldn't want to talk to us and 10% with a bunch of madness like we're hearing tonight from these dozen of people. My God, that Country Mart would be wonderful to have right here in our own city. We don't even have a third of them all. And the only reason most people go is to go to Target. Please consider all the wonderful things that this project will bring. It'll be such a blessing to our community. Thank you so much, and God bless.
Thank you.
Okay. The next person is Mr. James Matthews.
Yes, hello, my name is James Matthews. I am a carpenter out of local 562 Long Beach who covers all the South Bay area. I am in favor of this project as well as my fellow brothers. The lack of significant projects on this site has been holding Carson back for many, many years. The fact that there could be finally an important or significant project on this site using organized labor who will be front and center along with the applicant will really put Carson in a leadership role in the South Bay for many years to come on how to get things done right and on time. Outside of the fact that, you know, we will be able to be proud of the fact that we're able to have those jobs that are being available in Carson. The bigger picture would be the jobs that we would be able to provide for our community. You know, it would be great to be sitting next to a neighbor who would appreciate the fact that a project like this was put in place that created more jobs for the community themselves so that they don't have to go way out to get anything done. And they'll be able to use their money in their own communities instead of having to travel all the way to a Long Beach, to a Manhattan Beach, to a Redondo Beach. So like again said, I am in favor of this and I appreciate the time that you guys are giving tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. The next person is Barry Waite.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, and good evening, members of the City Council. First, a little public service announcement. I'm recovering from COVID. It is still out there. It's lousy, so I hope everyone is careful. So anyway, yeah, it's been a fun couple of weeks, but I am Barry Waite, President and CEO of the Carson Chamber of Commerce. Just going back a little ways, so to 1968, when the city incorporated, there were 74 junkyards and dumps, an abandoned oil refinery, and even an old asbestos factory. But Carson was the shining star of redevelopment. And by the 90s, most of those were replaced by things like Veterans Park, Carson Town Center, Dominguez Technology Center, and even the Civic Center complex. But there's one site that hasn't progressed, and that's the 157-acre site, which continues to be a burden on the environment and on the community. Now, when I was hired by the city in 1987, my first assignment was to write a letter to Al Davis after his Irwindale deal fell through, offering him to come back to Carson. We'd still love to talk to you about this site that we have. Obviously, nothing happened with that. We had 2 more NFL projects that I know I worked on in my years in Carson. And then we had Metro Mall, Metro 2000, Boulevards of South Bay, Carson Marketplace. I can even remember all the ones we've gone through. The chamber offices on Delamo, just down the street from the site. I walk by there regularly, and it reminds me we didn't succeed with any of those efforts. And now we have a real shot at a project that pencils out financially and works for the community. It's a project by people who have been in this community for years, not some Johnny come lately. It's realistic and it's responsible. And the project can lead to the successful development of the rest of the site. And Carson deserves the kind of quality restaurants and stores that development can provide. No more having to go to Marina del Rey or Redondo Beach for birthdays and for Mother's Day. You know, that should be able to happen in Carson. Staff has negotiated a good deal on this project. I think if the applicant were my client, I would sell that deal's. That's too tough. The city has gotten a lot out of them, and I think it's really impressive. I'm impressed with that. So what's the alternative? More years of a vacant site, a huge financial burden on the community to maintain the landfill systems, and that's a terrible alternative. Raiders aren't coming, neither is any other football team, nor the Metro Mall or any of the other infeasible plans. We have something before you that I think can actually work, and it's time to move forward. So thank you for your time, and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Alex Zamora.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everybody. I don't want to double up on anything that's already been said, but I will add one thing. For a lot of the construction trades out there that have been able to work on projects similar to this, it's really given a lot of people opportunities that haven't been there in the past years before the pandemic. On top of that, there's been people outside of construction that have found their way in. For whatever means that they needed something else, our doors have always been open for them. And this project is something that doesn't come very often. To me, it's a triple threat: a responsible developer partnering with responsible builders that are trained in state accredited training facilities, which makes it completely safe, very responsible, something that the community can be proud of, and something that the community can enjoy. Again, there has been talks about what is going to occupy this. And rather than have speculation, they have already said, we won't know for a couple years. So there's no reason to blame Amazon or anything like the boogeyman. I think that this is a fantastic development, and I hope we can get to work on it very soon. So again, I'm in full support. I hope this can get passed and we can get building for the beautiful city of Carson. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Stephen Donahue.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. My name is Stephen Donahue. I'm a member of the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters, Local 562. That site's been an eyesore for many, many years, and it's about time that the council approves something to get done there at that location. Definitely using skilled and trained workforce to build these projects will just be a benefit to the community, using the local hire component as well. Appreciate you taking the time to hear my thoughts and my words on this, and we approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Tommy Fa'avai.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, for pronouncing my name correctly.
I aim to please.
And by the way, happy AAPI month. Good evening, Madam Chair Holmes and fellow council members. My name is Tommy Falvai. I represent IBEW, Electrical Workers, Local Union 11, and I'm a proud Carson resident for over 40 years here in Carson. I'm a second generation here in Carson. All of my brothers and sisters grew up here, went to school here, work here. And I just wanted to, commend the city staff and the developer moving forward with a proposed project, the Carson District Mart. I think this project is going to create really good needed construction jobs here locally, especially with the local hire component. And then also bringing entry-level folks into apprenticeship programs. This project, I noticed from what the applicant mentioned, is going to be a LEED Gold certification when it comes to EV charging stations and solar. I want to commend the applicant for making sure that that's included in this project. And then also, I wanted to commend the city council for, always looking at ways of making our city great, moving our city moving forward. And tonight is one of them that the city council should do. I urge the city council to approve this project moving forward and to adopt the EIR. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Jose Garcia.
Good evening, Mayor Davis Holmes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How are you?
Okay, I'm fine. Thank you for asking. And honorable council members, my name is Jose Garcia, and I'm a proud member of the Laborers International Union of North America for the past 34 years. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this item tonight. I fully support this project and hope you do as well. This project checks off all the right boxes, such as long-term job creation, local skilled workforce for the build, and new tax revenue, most importantly for the city. We have a great developer that will be providing jobs to our local tradesmen and women, and plans to deliver a world-class commerce center that will bring much needed American jobs back. Who would have thought that this piece of property would ever become a great commerce addition to our city? For these and many more reasons, I hope you support this project and move it forward tonight. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Katie Pandolfo.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council and staff. Katie Pandolfo, General Manager of the Dignity Health Sports Park, LA Galaxy. And I've been a member of this community for the last 20 years. And as many of you have mentioned, I've seen over a half dozen projects come and go on this site. And this city deserves better. They deserve a developer like Faring who is willing to come in and build this incredible project. And as others have mentioned, eliminate this eyesore that we have had over the last 50 years. We have a number of large-scale major events coming into our region, and not just Southern California, but coming into Carson between the World Cup and the Olympics over the next 10 years. And Carson needs to continue to invest in the future, invest as these millions of people are coming to our city. So I encourage you to please approve this project and move our city forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next person is Louis.
Louis Diaz.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor, Madam Mayor, and Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and City Council members. My name is Louis Diaz, Vice President of Teamsters Local 848. I'm speaking in favor of the agenda items 3 through 6. We, Teamsters 848, were initially opposed to the project, but after meeting with the developer and seeing their engaged responsiveness to Teamster concerns raised, we came to believe that this opportunity to finally remediate and develop the majority of the landfill should not be missed. The project commitment to the local hiring programs, the fact that it's a fully organized labor construction effort, and the public benefit of the country Mart makes the project good for all the residents, I believe, and Teamsters, I'm speaking Teamsters 848. It's good for labor and good for Carson. We sincerely hope you will vote and support this project tonight. I'm also a Carson resident of 35 years and invested in this community and support this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Ray Lawson.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Honorable City Council. My name is Ray Lawson with the Southwest Carpenters. I'm a representative for the Carpenters City Council. We've worked hand in hand together, and we've been in many fights together and many battles, and we've won some and we've lost some. But on this one, the Country Mart in the district, we just appreciate Farron's financial commitment, the economic commitment that they've made over the years to this. We know this site has been an eyesore. It's just been sitting there stagnant, and we do appreciate that Farron is committed to changing that, to developing something wonderful, something that is useful. We carpenters, Southwest Carpenters, we're putting our money where our mouth is. We plan on opening an outreach training center in the city of Carson. It will be directly in the city of Carson. We made a substantial financial investment into the future. Our training center, we plan on training young men and women in the area of Carson, Gardena, Compton, and where we're going to put them, where we're going to have them work at. Places like this, the district is one of the places that they can work at. And just think of it, the training that they get, they will go on to become tradesmen, they will go on to become carpenters, they'll be able to buy a home in the areas that's going to be built here, in some of the residential areas that will be built here because of the training that's going to be provided for them. So we're fully invested in Carson. We're fully invested in this area, and we're showing it with our outreach and training center. And we hope that the city council can see that, can understand that, that the future is now. Everything is lining itself up with all this work. We talk about the Olympics. We talk about the sports entertainment that's taking off. We talk about colleges that are taking on Cal State Dominguez. Once these young people are trained, they'll be able to work on some of these upcoming jobs. So that's the commitment that the Carpenters are making. We appreciate the commitment that Farron has made, and we appreciate the time and the effort that you have gave, Madam Mayor, and also Carson City Council. So we, the Carpenters, hope that you approve this project. We wish that you vote in favor and adopt the ERR for this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Eric Tate.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak, Madam Mayor and City Council of Carson. I also am speaking in favor of this project. I know earlier this evening on the phone you heard a Teamster come on and say that they were against this project. It's unfortunate, but Teamsters are supposed to get together and discuss things before we come before the council with their position. Louis Diaz, he did the right thing and opposed it when he was asked to by this group. But then we sat down with the developer and we discussed the issues. And this other party had an opportunity to speak with the developer as well and refused to do so. And then at the 11th hour, they're asking for some changes that I don't think is fair. I am in favor of some of these changes, but at the same time, they should have been on the table, 3-4 weeks ago for everyone to have an opportunity to vet these changes and put in their input and come to a conclusion on them. I know I spoke with Farring myself. They're a very good developer, and they want to do things right for the community. They seem to be honest, forthright people. And I'm sure they'll be willing to discuss some of these issues even after they get an approval. But I'm asking for this evening for you to vote in favor of this project and make sure that the right thing is done here for this developer. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, that concludes the people inside of the Zoom who had their hands up. There are two callers waiting in the waiting room.
Okay, let's take them.
Okay. The Caller ending in 8244. You've been added to the live meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Hello?
Yes, can you hear me?
I sure can. You've been added to the live meeting. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Oh, okay. My name is Sean Silva, and I'm calling in from Crete, LA, and I just wanted to speak again.
Can't speak.
On this. I'm sorry?
I'm so sorry, Mr. Silva. You've spoken already earlier. That's what you're confirming?
What I'm confirming is that I was brought into the meeting before I understood that was not the time to comment.
Is your comment the same? We allowed people to speak earlier if they didn't want to wait. So it's still the same topic that you spoke to.
Are you in favor of the project?
I am indeed in favor of the project. I just wanted a chance to actually address some of the comments that have gone by. And so it's sort of the same. I promise I'll be quick if you'll just let me say something briefly.
I don't know if you want to set a precedent, MOC, letting people speak twice. It's up to you.
I don't think that's.
Other people are going to want to speak twice as well.
Correct.
I beg your pardon?
I said other people are going to want to speak twice.
No, we want, okay, Ms. Reed, voted. We don't want you to speak twice. I have you down to speaking once, so sorry, but you're in favor of the project, so that's a good thing.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for your concern for precedent. I appreciate it anyway. I'm in support. Thank you.
Well, bye-bye.
Okay, Madam Mayor, there is one more person in the queue. I'm going to let them in now.
Okay.
Caller ending in 8197, you've been added to the live meeting. You can unmute yourself. And you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Are you there, caller?
Yes, hello. My name is Brian Germain. Is now the time to speak?
It is. You have 3 minutes, sir. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Brian Germain. I'm a sheet metal worker of Local 105, which represents over 6,000 workers across Los Angeles. This is a good project. It goes beyond the construction. This one will add a lot to the city and will come to be a focal point across all of LA. The development of the future will look like this. It will prioritize the workers and the community, not just the developer's pocketbook. This project is simply good jobs for the skilled construction workforce and a project that will uplift the whole community. It's crucial we set the bar for development in Southern California. Like we are here tonight, we want to see a high bar raised. Please support this project and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there any more public comment? I'm going to close the public hearing. No, I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry, I was just saying, seeing none. I don't see anyone else in the queue.
Seeing none, the public hearing is closed. I'd like to make a motion and then we'll go into council deliberation that we waive further reading and adopt resolution number 22085, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Carson affirming pursuant to Carson Municipal Code Section 9173.4C2A, the decision of the Carson Planning Commission to 1, adopt the findings required by CEQA guidelines, section 15091, 2, certify the supplemental environmental impact report to the final environmental impact report scheduled number 200505510594 for the district at South Bay specific plan. 3, adopt the proposed mitigation monitoring and reporting program. And 4, adopt a statement of overriding considerations. And 5, approve a site plan and design review number DOR 18770221 and B, vesting tentative map number 83481.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Is there any council deliberation?
Yes.
Who's the second on that? Was that MPG? Who's the second?
That was me.
It was Councilman Deere.
Okay.
Aaron Embry was speaking earlier, and I'd like to ask him some questions before we actually cast a vote.
Okay, there's been a vote and properly second. Each council member has 5 minutes according to our ordinance to speak. There will be no going back and forth. You have 5 minutes.
Madam Mayor?
Yes. I think Councilman Deere, did you want to speak now?
No, I just want to ask Darren some questions.
Okay, you have 5 minutes.
But is he online? I don't see him.
Darren?
There he is.
He's there. Hi, Councilman Deere.
Hi, Darren.
I'm just to be clear, I've got other team members that I may call on to help answer some of the questions depending on how detailed they are.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay, well, first of all, I want to thank you. It was an excellent presentation. Fairing Company, no doubt, has gone above and beyond any other developers in reaching out to benefit the city of Carson and the people of the city. Some technical questions, however. Saeed, when he gave his presentation, mentioned a drive-through, but I don't see any drive-through in the design. Is that your intention?
Yes, it's a new kind of drive-through. There are 4 of them on the site plan.
4 of them?
Yeah, yes, sir.
4 drive-throughs?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Before you answer any further, are there any of them going to be fast food?
No, they're cited in the specific plan, the specific, actually, and the development agreement, specific constraints on the kind of purveyor. What COVID has kind of created is a pickup, drive-through platform for a lot of higher end restaurants.
I understand. Okay, that answers the question. I only have 5 minutes, so I'm going to be really concise here. Next thing, you're guaranteed no truck traffic on Avalon Boulevard, correct, from your project?
Yes,
okay,
sir.
thank you. Next, on the occupancy permit issue, the negotiation was about 50% of the retail stores have to be open and operational, and 100% of the public grass park area for you to get occupancy permit. Would you be willing to make it pro rata and say if 50% of the restaurants are open, you could open 50% of your warehouses? There's 6 warehouses, that would be 3. And then 75% restaurants, 75% of your product, 100% of your restaurants, and 100% of your occupancy permits be granted. Will you agree to something like that?
We've been working long and hard with staff on getting that balance just right. Obviously, we want to make sure that the absolute best operators are brought to this project, and the constraints that we've landed at with staff, I think, are what's best for the future of the project.
Okay, because I'm afraid that if you only have 50% of your stores open and that's all you can open, then the park, Country Mart Park, really won't be functional the way that you are predicting it. And I'm sure you realize that.
That's why we intend to get the best operators and make sure that we, take our time to, and we're the development of the industrial pieces of the warehouse, the logistics pieces are,
right.
Well, the one real quick thing I'll add, Councilman Deere, is that those are the.
Let me introduce you, Brendan. Hang on.
Introduce yourself, Brendan.
Yeah,
Brendan,
our identify himself here.
Sorry about that. I apologize. I'm just excited to share this, which is those are the fair minimums. That has never been what fairing is about. It has never been what fairing's been about within our commitments to the city. We will make sure to deliver those and then deliver something even better. One of the limitations we have, given our experience in retail, is finding the right tenant at the right time. And given the constraints that JR referenced about the timing of all of this, is that we have, oftentimes retailers fail quickly, and we need to find the right balance so that we can properly, from an environmental standpoint, get everything opened and operating while still consistently delivering on the high quality promises that we've made on the Country Mart.
Okay, one last question. It was talked about a Teamster training center. Eric Tate brought it up to me. Darren, can you answer that? Is that real?
It's real.
Where would it be?
Do you want to answer that, Brendan? Go ahead.
Yes, as Eric mentioned in his public comment, we strive, and I believe you know this, Councilman Deere, to reach out to anyone and everyone who will talk to us. We're kind of a big tent believer when it comes to development. We had the pleasure of actually meeting with some of the regional and national leaders of the Teamsters over this last week, and look forward to future communications and commitments that we will make to them, not just on this project, but on all of our projects going forward. They're going to be great partners of ours. And one of the things that we will deliver is an opportunity within the Country Mart for the Teamsters to have, whether it's like a training and information kiosk, there's a technology that they're working on at a national level that we look forward to rolling out here.
Very good. I want to conclude by saying this. Of course,
that's 5 minutes, Councilman Deere.
5 minutes does not count what Brandon and Darren are saying. They could talk for 5 minutes and I would have zero. So I will complete what I'm going to say. Thank you. I would like to, emphasize that we're not looking for more warehouses. We're not looking for more truck traffic. And you're going to bring in 6 warehouses. And the reason I'm supporting this project is not because of the warehouses. The Country Mart's a good asset for our city, and that's wonderful that you're willing to make a private investment in a public benefit. That's tremendous. But what's convinced me is that in order for us to get the outlet mall, which is my dream for the last 20 years, to have an outlet mall. It was my idea originally. I initiated it when people said, no, it's never going to happen. But I'm now here tonight, helping make that outlet mall happen by approving the industrial district and the Country Mart. So having said that, there are pros and cons on this, absolutely. There's benefits and there's distractions for our community. But overall, it's a better project, and you as a developer and Fairing and the stockholders of Fairing are investing a great deal in our community, and it is appreciated. Just that we have a lot of questions because we are here to protect the residents of the city, and we're going to be diligent in continuing to protect the residents of this city as the construction goes on and the operation of the facility takes place. So again, thank you very much, and now I conclude my 5 minutes.
Thank you for your 5 minutes.
You're welcome.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Madam City Clerk, when Darren is answering the questions, could you stop the clock if he's going to answer? It's 5 minutes, but in all fairness,
of course,
the councilman, and he's been here 20 years pushing this project. I think MPT, myself, and Hicks have been here for 30 years. So we got 10 years on you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Madam Mayor, do I have the floor?
Yes, you do.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you, Darren and Brendan and Fairing Capital for coming on. I did, and thank you for the Country Mart and the dog parks. Thank you so much, because I know I asked for that, and that's my big deal. But you know what? It's really for the residents. So when I put this appeal on, again, the word appeal sounds like, oh no, that's horrible. But really, what I'm asking for is something that the community really wanted. They were saying, oh, there's no community outreach. Well, I think we can all agree that this appeal that we've got is really ended up being a community outreach. So if there's some people that didn't get to watch this and listen and hear, and the council all asking questions, many of the questions that council asked are the questions I had anyway. So if there's any of the residences that missed this hearing, they can go back and watch it. And all the questions that they had, most of the answers were already here. So thank you for that. A lot of things I just want to reiterate. Yes, it is an eyesore, the 157 acres. We need to get going and get the project going. I'm glad to hear that this is a labor strong project. And I'm just going to go into some of the concerns that keep coming up. And I think I'm speaking on behalf of the people and the 97,000 residences, so they don't keep asking the question. Okay, so this is really more of a hearing that is for accountability and transparency. So one of the questions that they kept asking was, who is Carson Goose? Okay, so, and for the record, Carson Goose is Fairing, correct? So I'm just reiterating that so that people will realize, yes, that is the same company.
It's a subsidiary of Fairing, but we have transfer provisions in the development agreement that prohibit them from transferring off the site or ensuring that Fairing Capital and that Brennan is actually going to be continually involved in this project, and Darren as well.
Yes.
And so, yeah, that's covered by the transfer provisions in the development agreement.
Wait a minute, we're going to get Darren as well?
No, we cannot hear from you anymore.
Yes, and thank you. Thank you for that. Another one of the questions and concerns that the community has, again, I'm just being on behalf of their voice, the Union South Bay project. Okay, I know that people are saying, oh, okay, well, you know, they have the Union South Bay project. It's only 60% occupied. There's zero retail. For the record, I just want the community, I want to ask that question. What can you say to the community right now that would make them feel comfortable? Because right now they're saying, well, Union South Bay was not exactly the greatest plan because it's not at 100%. And then we have the Imperial Avalon that hasn't even been started. So what can you tell our 97,000 residents to make them feel comfortable about having you come in to the 157-acre project?
Stop the clerk, Madam City Clerk.
Yes, thank you.
Darren, I think you can speak to where we stand from the residential occupancy. It's quite a bit higher than that.
Well, no, we're 97.5% occupied right now at the Union South Bay. Yes, with COVID and everything else, there have been struggles on the commercial side, but we're far from alone in that. And we have some good news coming forward for the council in the next month.
And
an announcement for you.
Agreed. I mean, as Darren, we have quite a few cool options that we're evaluating, and ultimately Carson deserves better than basic. And so it wouldn't be, even during COVID, we could find average to below average tenants that we could just put in there, but it's across the street from the Civic Center. It's across the street from the City Council. And we would rather be charged with waiting too long to find the right tenant than putting the wrong tenant in there and having the city having to deal with that for a long period of time.
Say that again.
I mean, the reality is that the next 3 years that we have to develop the Country Mart, we are immediately, Darren and I have the video that you all got to watch tonight, although being a little bit choppy, is the first cut at what will be our marketing video, because we will immediately be shifting, working directly with members in the community and in the city to find the right tenant mix to get the Country Mart open, which is why we were so comfortable and willing to let that be the lead item. We're like, that's the first thing that has to go. And we understand the community's concerns based on Union South Bay, why that was so important. We will not make that same mistake twice.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, how much time does the councilwoman have?
She's at 1 minute and 34 seconds left. And just so everyone's clear, I did pause when Mr. Alshire responded to her first question.
1 minute and 34.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you again for addressing that to the public. So just some stipulations that I would like. I like the Country Mart. I like your plan. Again, the community now knows that 97 acres of this plan will be warehouses. And I'm just going to throw this out there so that some of the people who do not want warehouses, I'm just asking the developer. There is a way that you can make the warehouses look great, and that's with artwork, that's with waterfalls and lighting and green trucks. We do have green trucks and charging stations, and just make it to where some of the environmentalists will say, oh, wait a minute, it's not just warehouse. We're actually going to upgrade it. So like the other cities like Irvine and Cerritos, where they do have warehouses and it's beautiful. And people actually use those areas as venues for weddings and parties and all that, because the greenery and the artwork is just impressive. So I'm just asking that you put something like that so that the 97,000 residents will be impressed. And, I'm going to throw in baseball here, with Union South Bay. Some people think that was a strike one. And then the Imperial Avalon, they think it's strike two. But you know what? You get one more, and I think you're going to hit a home run on this. And, I'm looking forward to seeing that happen.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments from the other two colleagues?
I see Councilman Hicks, he's moving his lips.
Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
I hear you now.
Is it working?
Yes, it is.
Okay, good. I just want to say to the developer, thank you. It's been 50 years in the making to get us to this point in time. 2022, I always said, is going to be a year that's going to be some changes. And this is one of those changes in 2022. And that we cannot always please everybody, but we can please the majority, and understanding that change is hard. Remembering that this site has been non-usable for 50 plus years. And now we have a viable developer with a plan of action that can actually provide us with something that we can be proud of. We're changing the complexity of our city to be a destination city. So we have to put something here that people want to come to. I'm glad to see that we're union strong and that we are union supportive of this entire project, because again, these are families, these are residents in our community, and it's livable wages. This is what is needed in our community. And I just want to say to the developer, thank you for being a part of it. And I hope my colleagues support this wholeheartedly, 100%. And that understanding that it's always kind of heartburn you got to go through sometime, but this is good heartburn. And I just want to say that we need to continue moving this city forward. As it says, future is unlimited. And this is one fallow lease piece of land that has been sitting for far too long. And now we're able to put something on it that is viable for this residents. Thank you.
MPT.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity. I want to say to the developer, job well done. I've heard an overarching theme of everybody saying we no longer have to go to Redondo Beach, Manhattan Beach, or surrounding cities in order for us to have a good time in our community. I want to personally thank you for that. I want to personally thank all of the unions who got on the line today and encouraged us to stand strong for union workers. When you had some opposition with unions, you didn't run away from them. You actually wanted to sit down with them, and I applaud you for that. And I also want to welcome the district, the country Mart, right into the mighty D1, because that's where it's going to be. It's going to be development, economic development, and it's going to be jobs for our community. I'm excited about this. This has been a long time coming. We've gotten excited a couple of times on this council, but I do believe that this time the excitement is going to come to fruition. So I would encourage all of my colleagues to vote unanimously on this so we can move our city forward. Thank you so much.
Well, to the developers, you know how I feel about this project. So I'm going to ditto everything that all my colleagues have said, but I've had conversation with you personally. Incorporated many of the things that I sit down at the table and talk to you about. We talk about 20 years. I've been wanting this mall forever. I knew the football stadium would never come here. We would just use it as a pond. So to the team, I'm so glad you are the team. And I can't wait for this project to come on board. I love the union. And I know that we're going to have some great things coming from you. I am pleased that you have invested in our city and you're willing to take us and make us what I determine and I call, and some people have said, why? We are the jewel of the South Bay. And you're going to have that term become a reality. So without any further conversation, Madam Clerk, call for the vote, please.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Council Member Rojas?
Yes.
Councilmember Deere,
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Hilton,
Yes.
Mayor Davis Holmes.
Let me think about it. Yes.
Okay, it is unanimous, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Item number 4, we've opened the public, it's been properly posted. The notice have, staff, could I have a presentation on item number 4, please? Where's Ms. Christie?
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, item 4, staff made, the previous presentation included item number 4.
Oh, did?
Yes, so this is part of the project, but the first part that you took action on was the appeal of the Planning Commission decision. Now, the public hearing is it open still for this item? I suggest probably the city attorney should suggest to reopen the public hearing for this item and see if there is any public testimony and then take action on this item.
Okay.
The public hearing is still, well, I guess you closed it to go to deliberations, but you did ask for comments on 3 and 4, but you can go ahead and ask to open it again just in case.
Would like to open the public hearing, Madam City Clerk, or does anyone want to speak on this item?
There's no one in the queue, Madam Mayor.
So I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'd like to make a motion to introduce the first reading by title only. Oh, wait a minute. Waive further reading and adopt resolution number 22073 of the City Council of the City of Carson, California, adopting General Plan Amendment number GPA 1122021, introduced for first reading by title only. I have to read all of that?
Yes,
you do. Read all of that. A public hearing to consider resolution number 22073, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Carson, California, adopting General Plan Amendment number GPA 1122021, ordinance number 2207, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Carson, California, amending the District at South Bay Pacific Plan SPA 27-2021, modifying permitted uses, development standards, design features, and operational characteristics, and ordinance number 222208, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Carson, California, approving the development agreement 292021, DA 292021, City Council.
Second. I'll second that motion too.
Who seconded?
Me.
No, somebody seconded before I heard you. Who was it, Madam City Clerk?
The only person I heard was Councilman Deere, but.
Okay.
Well, see, you're hearing things.
It's late. Okay, it's been moved and properly second. Madam, roll call, please, Madam City Clerk.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Rojas?
Yes.
Councilmember Deere? I saw his lips say yes. Councilmember Hicks?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Hilton?
Yes.
Mayor Davis Holmes?
Yes.
It is unanimous, Madam Mayor.
Okay, now do I go to the CRA agenda item, Madam?
First, you have to, the CRA meeting is open. So now we need to have staff provide a presentation on item number 6 and the CRA item simultaneously. Then the council votes on item number 6 and then the CRA votes.
Okay, let's go to item staff report, please, on item number 6. Staff report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I believe this is going to be our Assistant City Manager, Mr. John Raymond. So, Mr. Raymond, if you'd like to provide a brief report.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Council and CRA, the item before you is actually called a cooperation agreement between the Reclamation Authority and the City of Carson. And but the Reclamation Authority, it's similar but different than the Reclamation Authority that the CRA and the city approved back in 2018 related to the Macerich project. In that case, the it was for the purpose of providing sales tax rebate from the city to the CRA for the CRA to be able to rebate that back to Macerich for their extraordinary costs on constructing their part of the public improvements. In this case, the development agreement is between the authority and the city, and it's really related to the construction of the public infrastructure, largely Leonardo Drive and some part of Stamps and some other public infrastructure. And the biggest part of it is the commitment on the part of the authority, or the obligation on the part of the authority, to be the agent of the city to actually be responsible for constructing the improvement. And the city's agreeing to commit its share of the Measure M and Measure R bond proceeds to the project. And those are bonds that were issued in 2019, and the city has the funds and it would commit that. Related to that, separate agreements between the CRA and the developer, namely the development agreement and the option agreement. The developer agrees then to fund a share of the construction of the improvements. And we have a similar agreement with Cam Carson if they were to come back on cell 2 for a certain amount of money toward the construction of the improvements. So it's like 4 different parties that are sort of working together to construct this road. This is a road that's going to be in excess of $40 million to construct. The agreement also sets forth and the resolution set forth the terms that the authority would construct them, including terms related to contract administration, obviously plans and specs, and it allows for alternative bidding and contracting for the construction of the road. And so this is a piece of it. It's a different agreement than the actual development agreement, and it's between again the CRA and the city, and not with the developer. So the city council would vote on it, and then I think we would have to recess for a minute, and then the CRA would, and then both parties would have voted on it.
Madam Mayor, I want to clarify one important deal point. Mr. Raymond said that Cam Carson would have a similar cooperation agreement. The big distinction here is that this developer is not looking to the city or the CRA to be reimbursed for the cost that they forward towards building Leonardo and their fair share, whereas Cam, through their cooperation agreement, they would get 50% of their sales tax back for a period of time. I think that's a big distinction, because that again goes to the commitment of the developer to help make this project feasible for this community.
Okay. Does that?
I think Darren wanted.
And if there are provisions that Carson Goose owner has signed on a joinder to the agreement, such that if the city does not hand over the Measure R, Measure M funds to enable the construction of Leonardo and the street infrastructure, that they have rights to the city to enforce those obligations to get those funds.
Madam Mayor, I have a question on what Danny just said, meaning that they could sue the city for general fund money, to take general fund money from us? Is that what you mean, Danny?
Not general fund money, but if the city, so part of the conducting their financial feasibility study for this program took into account the commitment of our Measure M, Measure R bonds. So if the city decides and says, hey, Reclamation Authority, I'm not giving you these funds, go get it from the developer. The developer is a third-party beneficiary to the agreement between the CRA and the city, and can bring an action to force the city to turn those funds over to the CRA, not beyond those funds, not to touch your general fund beyond that Measure MR bonds that are being committed to this project.
Okay, Madam City Attorney, through the mayor, you outlined that clearly except for one point, and that is, so if they were to enforce it, would they be able to receive any penalties, punitive damages, or legal fees?
There are no penalties or punitive damages set forth in here. And I'm looking, Mr. Danny,
Attorney's fees?
Attorney fees for prevailing
No,
party?
no, nothing like that. They just can enforce against the Measure M and R bond funding that the city is purporting to commit to the CRA.
That's all.
Well, that makes sense, because if we make a commitment, we got to stick to our commitment. So
yeah,
I don't think that'll be an issue in the future.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'd like to approve resolution number 22097, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Carson, California.
Second. No, I just wanted to say it for Jim Beebe.
The Carson Reclamation Authority authorize the mayor to execute the resolution and agreement in a form acceptable by the city attorney. It's been moved and properly second. Is there any discussion by my colleagues?
I do have some discussion.
Start timing, and he has 5 minutes.
Okay, under deliberation, I'd like to make a friendly amendment that we obligate the city to the maximum amount of money that we have available. In other words, we should not obligate ourselves to more money than what is available. And so in the motion, if it reads, and maybe the city attorney could help me in the verbiage on that. She knows what we're trying to accomplish. We want to protect the taxpayers of the city and fulfill our commitment, but we can only fulfill it with what we have, because there is a little bit of discrepancy on exactly how much money we have. We've heard different figures, but it would be very protective and beneficial to our residents. Madam City Attorney, could you
yes,
maybe outline the proper wording for that?
absolutely. That's an excellent idea, Councilman Deere. Councilman Deere wants to make sure that the funds available under Measure M and Measure M, Measure R are committed that are available. Staff has presented that that's 22.4 million, whatever that number is. But Councilman Deere wants to make sure that our agreements don't put, we can say estimated to be that number, but we use language that says the funds available under city's Measure MR. And I don't think that the developer would have an issue with that. My understanding is that, I don't think the developer is trying to look to your general fund beyond your Measure MR. So I hope that would be okay with them. And Mr. Elshire and I can revise that language before execution, if that's okay with the developer.
Oh,
I see thumbs up from Mr. Oliver.
So is that a friendly amendment to the motion?
Yes, and Brendan seems to think it's quite all right with the developer.
And I'm the maker and you're the second. So roll call, Madam City Clerk, with the friendly amendment that Councilman Deere has added.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Rojas?
Yes.
Councilmember Deere?
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Hilton?
Yes.
Mayor Davis Holmes?
Yes.
It is unanimous, Madam Mayor.
Okay, and now we're going to go into recess, and I'm gonna have a meeting with the CRA, Carson Reclamation Authority, on item number 3. What do I do now? Leave this room?
Your meeting is already open. The Reclamation Authority Board has heard the report. You can ask them if they have any questions or if they want to discuss. If not, someone can make a motion and you can approve the item before the board.
Are there any questions by our members of the Reclamation Authority? None?
Madam Chair, if there are no discussions to be made, I move that we approve. Second.
Do I have to read it in its entirety, Madam City?
Madam Mayor, just for a point of clarification, I ask that the motion include Councilman Deere's friendly amendment.
Yes.
It does, yes.
It's been, did I hear a second?
Yes.
Is our secretary here?
Yes.
Roll call. It's been moved and properly second.
Yes.
Okay. Madam Chair, Lula Davis Holmes.
Yes.
Vice Chair Cedric Hicks.
Yes.
Member Ray Aldridge.
Yes.
Member Lillian Hobson.
Yes.
And Member Diane Thomas.
Absolutely.
Okay, motion passes unanimously.
And that concludes our CRA meeting.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
If I may just take a moment to thank Danny Elshire on this project. He has spent hundreds of hours working with staff, developers, everybody through the CRA to the City Council on these very, very, very complex documents, very, very complex deal terms. And I really don't know how I would have done it without him. So I wanted to take a moment and publicly thank him for all the hours and all the hard work he put into this.
Thanks, Sonny. You're so nice.
Well, you did a great job.
Madam Chair?
Just a second, Board Member Thomas.
Yes, I just wanted to say, I know we're getting ready to be dismissed, and I want to say congratulations to the City of Carson. I want to say congratulations to our mayor, who certainly put in a lot of hours. I want to say congratulations to the City Council, CRA. I want to say congratulations to the Planning Commission, which I am also a part. And I want to say major thumbs up to Brendan and Darren and the Fairing organization for all of the things that you have not only committed to, but that you have already done, are doing, and I know you will continue to do. This has been a wonderful experience. And so to all of the staff and of course our legal partners, congratulations. This is a big night. And the only thing that we're lacking at this point, fireworks. Get on that, Jawan. I know that's your, the big D. We need some fireworks to celebrate this. Okay?
But also, I want to say none of this would have taken place without JR.
Thank you.
Yeah. JR is a hero of everything. Our legal team personally rely on him totally. We get all these long, complicated back history stories on everything about the project site, but JR all got in his head, and it is so helpful for us all. So
definitely.
Well, we have picked JR's brain, and I tell JR all the time, you're not going anywhere.
Yeah, what would we do without him?
I know you've written down a lot for me, but there's still more to come, and I really appreciate you, the team. It's just been an experience. I learned more since I've been the chair of the CRA because I didn't know what was going on. So I like for everyone to know what we're doing in the city. It's not the CRA is not standing alone. We're all in this together. So thank you, big team, for everything that you have done, and we're on the move.
Also, Saeed.
Saeed, where's Saeed?
I'm here.
Taking a nap.
I like to share Danny's nickname with everyone. We call him Danny 24/7 because anytime we needed him, he was there.
Awesome.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to add to that. I want to thank the whole team, everyone that worked on it, from Sylvia to JR and Saeed and your Elshire and Weiner law firm. But particularly, I want to thank Saeed and JR because whenever I had a question, they always were able to get me the answer. Both these gentlemen are hard workers. They work really hard. So thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
And also Gina, our project planner, worked really hard. Without her, we wouldn't be.
There she is on the screen. Hi. Thank you, Gina. I don't mean to leave you out. And anyone we left out, you're included.
Yeah, I know it's the hour is getting late. The sun is going down. I'm appreciative to all of the people who worked on it. JR, the Walking Encyclopedia, Saeed, Sonny, Danny, so I'm appreciative to all the team, Gina, everybody who has done the work to bring this into fruition. We can't thank you enough. We probably need to have another Zoom to thank everybody.
Yes,
we can't thank you guys enough. And I want to thank our city manager as well for just making sure we're all on par.
Thank you so much. Madam Mayor, we always talk about the 18.
The who?
You always talk about the 18. Now this
18.
This was the 18, and you talked about fireworks. Katie is still on the Zoom. We need to talk to Katie Pandolfo. They're fireworks people, so maybe they have some fireworks available.
The Galaxy has fireworks.
We'll get them going.
Awesome. Okay, that's 5 minutes, Madam Mayor.
5 minutes, that's 5 minutes for all of us. So thank you, board members, and I'm going to go back into our regular. You guys can go home.
We can.
Madam Mayor, we have one more.
That's not fair. That's not fair.
I have one more item.
Cedric and I are here in California.
I beg your pardon?
We have one more closed session item too that we have to discuss.
What about item number on this Fairbank? Is that
seven?
And you have one more
Seven.
item.
Item 7, we're going to take that now and then go into closed session.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye, Louis.
More than fairing.
Bye, CRA people.
Staff, give me a report on
Bye,
item
Darren. Bye, Brent.
number 7. The
Thank you.
Community, the survey of voters. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. So this evening, I want to really extend my appreciation to John and Adam for hanging on with us this evening with the wonderful news that we had. And so they're going to provide a brief presentation before you, Madam Mayor and Council.
Thank you.
So Adam and John, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you. I'm going to attempt to share my screen here. Give me just one moment.
We should not have to go past 11 o'clock, so I don't have to make that.
Oh, we'll be much quicker than that. And hopefully you can see the presentation on the screen.
Yeah, we have 1 hour.
Yeah.
So I'm Adam Sonnenschein with Fairbank Maslin Mall and Metz and Associates, and along with our friends at Trepepi Smith, we recently completed a survey of voters in the city of Carson on a few different community issues with a focus on the continuation of your utility users tax. And I'm going to give you a quick presentation of some of the highlights of that survey. So to begin with, in terms of the methodology of how we went about doing the survey, it was completed in mid-April from the 14th to the 24th. The people who completed the survey were all residents of the city of Carson who would be considered likely to vote in this upcoming November midterm election based on their past voting history. So these are people that vote more frequently than just showing up once every 4 years in November to vote for president. They have a little more of a track record of voting. We did 432 survey interviews, which leaves you a margin of error of plus or minus 4.9%, so just about 5%, for questions asked of all 432 people. In some cases, I'm going to show you results where we've given you breakdowns of smaller groups, and in those cases, the margins of error are a little bit higher. We contacted people in a few different ways. We did telephone calls, which led to live telephone interviews. We also sent email invitations and text message invitations, which led to an online survey, and people could do one or the other, the phone survey or the online survey. They couldn't do both. And the online survey was protected, so you couldn't just post it to Facebook and have everybody you know do the survey, or email it around to all your friends. It was limited to one respondent. We did the survey in English and Spanish, and you may notice that something doesn't quite add up to 100% where we've rounded decimal points. In terms of some broad community attitudes, which help you kind of understand some of the context with which people responded to the questions about this UUT measure, The first thing we wanted to point out is that more than 3/4 of Carson voters perceive that the city has at least some need for additional funding, which is higher than past surveys that we've done for the city going back to 2014. So despite the ballot measure success in November of 2020, you actually have more people who think the city needs additional funding at this time, 39% who would say the need is great, 37%, 38% who would say that there's some need. Only 8% think the city has no real need for additional funding. 8% are not sure. And as I said, you can see in past years, that's fluctuated from the low 60s to the low 70s, and this is the highest that we've seen. When we ask people the question, do you approve or disapprove of how the Carson city government has responded to the COVID-19 pandemic, 76% approve, compared to just 18% who disapprove. And if you look at the dark blue compared to the dark red, you'll see a nice 4-to-1 ratio in terms of strongly approve to strongly disapprove. A question that we're asking, again, to get some context of the way people are thinking about some of the most pressing and current issues in your community. Similarly, we asked people how accurate, or if it was an accurate statement, that noise and emissions from truck traffic have a significant negative impact on the local environment. That sentiment is higher today than it was in February or March 2016, the last time we asked this question. Now had 72% of likely voters who said that that's an accurate statement, with 47% who said it was very accurate, just 21% who say it's an inaccurate statement. Okay, all that context leading up to thoughts about a UUT ballot measure. We provided people who took the survey with a draft hypothetical 75-word ballot question, the kind that voters would respond to if they're filling out their ballot by mail or if they go to a vote center to vote. And we put this together to reflect some of the services that are likely to be high priorities or big parts of your budgetary spending. So things like 911 emergency response, public safety, public health emergency, repairing streets and potholes, et cetera, as well as other general services. We have some legal language that's required in the middle, so the measure continuing the existing 2% utility users tax, highlighting for people that the measure does not include any tax increase. It's limited to electric and gas utilities. Senior and low-income households were exempt, so provide approximately $8 million annually until ended by voters. And it would be requiring public spending disclosure, and that all the funds would be staying within the city of Carson. Here's the reaction to that ballot measure or ballot question that we posed to people in the survey. More than 2/3 said that they would support the UUT continuation measure, which is far above the majority vote threshold needed for passage. You need a 50% plus one for this kind of a measure. I said we had a 5-point margin of error, plus or minus. So even if you were to say, oh, count the 5 points against the way that the survey turned out, you'd still be way above the 50% vote that's needed. We broke this down with people to ask them about, if they said yes or no, is that definitely yes or probably yes or definitely no or probably no? And for people who were a little undecided, we asked you if they lean towards voting yes or lean towards voting no without giving them more information. And you can see that you start with 31% of likely voters who say they would definitely vote yes, more than 2-to-1, that definitely yes to definitely no ratio. So the measure's starting in a good place. Perhaps with some additional information the city could provide about why you need this measure and what it would accomplish for the city in terms of the services that you provide, you might take some of those undecided lean yes voters and they may see things a little differently. And that would be one strategy that's often pursued before the placement of a measure on the ballot. Not to try to convince people one way or another, but to provide them with legally allowable information. And that's an opportunity that the city has. Give you a little bit of the sense of how broad the support is for this measure. We're here on this slide breaking down that level of support by council district. You can see at the bottom underneath each section of the chart, we have the percentage of our sample, which is reflecting the percentage of likely voters that come from each council district. And you can see support for the measure is at or nearly at 2/3 in all of the council districts in the city, ranging from 65% to 73%. Here really kind of differences basically within the margin of error. All the council district results pretty similar in terms of there being far more support than opposition. We looked at this also by racial and ethnic group, and we find that support is high for the measure across racial and ethnic lines, strongest with African American voters and Filipino voters, as well as other Asian and Pacific Islander communities, but high above 60% with all voters across different racial and ethnic groups. And then we wanted to make sure to analyze any differences between homeowners and renters, given what some of the variation may be in terms of their thinking and impact on a measure like a utility users tax. We found both homeowners and renters support the measure in large numbers, a little bit stronger with renters, a little, you see among homeowners maybe a little more voters who are undecided, but in both cases, good, strong support across the board. We also use the survey as an opportunity to ask your voters about their priorities for city government. You see the question is at the top of above the chart here in italics, and it's not about the ballot measure necessarily, although the information is interesting as it relates to some of the choices you have to make, both before putting the measure on the ballot and after. We're just asking them about their priorities in their own minds personally for city government. And the first thing to point out is the high number of projects that are, or programs or services that you've got almost 90% or over 90% of respondents saying are either extremely important in the dark blue or very important in the next colored blue there, with an additional 7 to 10% who would call them somewhat important, and very few people, if any, who would consider them not too important. There's a few themes that stand out at the top of this list, and I'm going to show you a few slides on this same question. Protecting local drinking water and cleaning up contaminated soil and groundwater from toxic chemical runoff. Both of those are at 68 or 66% respectively for extremely important, over 90% extremely or very important. Something we see in this survey in a couple of places, the importance of environmental protection, environmental cleanup, environmental justice within the context of your voters. We also see safety and emergency response as extremely high priorities, as they often have been in your community and when we've asked this question in the past. So things like maintaining public safety, maintaining 911 emergency response, again, right about 90% extremely or very important. We also have two items related to cleanliness and sort of the look and feel of the community, the safety of the community, that's cleaning up trash and blight on local streets, as well as keeping public areas clean and safe. Again, in both cases, right about 90%. Then next on the list, repairing local streets and potholes, as well as retaining local small businesses and jobs. And I'm going to go to the next slide because the numbers are very similar for some items that we couldn't fit on that prior page. That's addressing homelessness, maintaining gang prevention programs, as well as a broader idea of protecting Carson's long-term financial stability, but well over 50% in terms of extremely important, high 80s in terms of extremely or very important. A few others just to give you a sense of how people responded, things like maintaining public health emergency preparedness or improving preparation for environmental emergencies. These are all very high priorities. As we're looking at this list, maybe just a small tick below the things that I showed you on the prior slide. But these are overwhelmingly high priorities for your voters. We have mid 80s extremely or very important, another 10 to 14% who would say they're somewhat important. You'll notice again the red bar here, which would be not too important, is nearly non-existent. In most cases, we can't even put a number on it. It's so small. And then as we go to the next tier, you start to see, again, high priorities, but maybe not quite to the same level. Things like maintaining youth recreation programs is at 80%, or preventing cuts to gang prevention, natural disaster preparedness, storm drains, sheriff protection, water conservation or environmental cleanup programs. All these, again, not to make any of these seem like low priorities, because they are all high priorities. They're just not in the 90s the way that some of the other items were. So in conclusion, when we look at the results, we see that a ballot measure to continue Carson's UUT at the current rate is really viable for further planning. You have a measure that has broad support from nearly every demographic and geographic subgroup in the city. Perceptions of the city's need for additional funding are higher than have been found in any survey we've done going back to 2014 in the city of Carson. Voters continue to largely approve of the city's response to the COVID pandemic. Many city priorities are nearly universally rated as extremely or very important, as I just mentioned, including things like protecting local drinking water, maintaining public safety and 911 emergency response, cleaning contaminated soil and groundwater, cleaning trash and blight, keeping public areas safe and clean, repairing streets, retaining local businesses, and addressing homelessness. So that is our presentation on the survey results. I want to give an opportunity, obviously, for you all to have discussion and questions, but also if my colleague John Barolini from Trepepi Smith had anything he wanted to add before we kick it back to the council.
Thanks, Adam. I think we'll leave it open to council to focus on the survey results, and then happy to talk about what a potential next phase would be in terms of an education and outreach campaign.
Questions from my colleagues?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
You know, the survey and the explanation is very self-explanatory, and it's really good news coming out of the survey. So don't really have any questions about it. It's pretty clear.
Okay. Councilwoman. Is our councilwoman here? Councilman Hicks?
Hicks.
Oh, Councilwoman, want to have any comments?
No, just thank you. I don't have a question or comment. Just thank you for the report.
Thank you. Yes.
Just one comment. I'm real surprising to see that the water quality was such a high number, but I guess because of the Dominguez Channel and us being in a drought and everything else, they're very environmentally conscious and looking at water as a major resource in our city.
Okay. So the direction we can, so to the Fairbank, you said you want us to discuss what the next step should be, or are you gonna talk about which direction we should be going?
I think we could leave that to the city staff to give you some direction on where we go from here, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, so we have we put together an outline and timeline, I think is what you and the council are looking for. And our Director of Finance, Ms. Trick Barwani, who's actually taking lead as a project manager of this particular endeavor, has been working hand in hand and collaboratively with Fairbanks as well as Trepepi Smith. So he's going to give you just some quick information to answer your thoughts there, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Madam Mayor and council members, I think the recommendation is as stated in the staff report. We would like to get council's approval to bring an item to the city council, either the first or second meeting of June, with all the required resolutions and ordinances to be able to submit a ballot measure to the county. I believe, as stated in the staff report as well, the deadline for the county is August, and we want to make sure that we are ahead of the curve. We have all the required documents in place. And with your approval, staff and the city manager's office will work with the city attorney's office to have all the required resolutions, either the first or second meeting of June.
Okay. Well, I think that's our recommendation, as so stated by you, Mr. Sharif.
Recommendation.
That's our recommendation. Is there any discussion on the recommendation?
It's a good recommendation.
Okay. Is there a motion and a second? I made the motion. Kicks, you made the second?
Second.
Okay. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Rojas?
Yes.
Councilmember Gier?
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Hilton?
Yes.
Mayor Davis Holmes?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. And now we are going to recess the closed session, Madam City Attorney.
Yes, please. And I need Mr. Nassé in there as well. I hope he hasn't left. I don't see him. Oh, no, he's there.
Yeah, there,
He's here.
Okay, we're gonna recess the closed session and be back shortly.
You all look down at the breakout room. You guys can choose it down there. Can y'all see that? If you go to breakout room.
I don't see it.
No.
I can't see the breakout room.
Let me open the rooms. 1 second.
My computer stopped working, so I'm on my cell phone. So figure.
Not yet.
Don't say the word live in
Take us live, Mayor. I mean, we're live, Mayor.
We're live? Okay, Madam City Attorney, report out on closed session, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The council concluded another matter out of item number 1, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2 or D3 and E1. No reportable action was taken. The council did not take up the other 2 items. The council also, well, that was it actually. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Are there any memorial adjournments?
Where's the city clerk?
City clerk, she's muted. Oh, this worries me. Madam City Clerk.
I'm here. I'm so sorry. I was having a hard time clicking unmute. I have the memorial adjournments from our May 17th meeting, Madam Mayor.
That's fine.
Okay, I will read those names. Lonnie Maddox, James Backstrom, Jose Pep Barajas, the 10 victims of Buffalo, New York mass shooting, Fortunato M. Nazarino, Christine McCarnes, and Sydney Moore.
Colleagues, do you have anything to add?
No.
Okay. Is our bishop still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Give me a little prayer real quick.
Father, you heard every name that has been read tonight. We pray that you bless these families, bless the city of Buffalo, and we pray you bless Carson. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Any comments, announcements from our colleagues?
Good meeting.
Good meeting, love it. Hearing none, we will see you soon.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you, staff.
Thank you.
Good job.
Come back safely.
Good night.
Come back safe.